harmony. Left me with the pieces of forever that you broke. But since you left me alone, I've been high. I've been high. Lately I've been I wanna know what nobody knows. I wanna go where nobody goes. I lost my way, but I found my fighter's destiny. I don't wanna look back now, 'cause I know that I don't need your love. I won't let you take me down, 'cause lately I've been high. I've been high. Lately I've been lately I've been high.
Wherever we go, we'll always know. From the highest mountain to the bottom of the ocean, yeah. Our song is running like a river. Let the current take us there. We've got the melody to set us free, singing destiny. We've got the melody to set us free, singing destiny. Our hearts are like stars, guiding us through the dark. We've got the melody to set us free, singing destiny. We've got the melody to set us free, singing destiny. Our hearts are like stars, guiding us through the dark.
What is up, you fucking... What is up? Alright. I guess we can start streaming now. I'm gonna play like 2 games of Risk. And then... we will... do some research on the war crimes that America committed during the Gulf War. Because that sounds very interesting to me. I'm actually reading this book right now. It's like a document of like the investigation by the War Crimes Tribunal. The International War Crimes Tribunal against America. The war crime. So yeah. Just get this going. All right. I saw this while we're playing a game of Risk. I was gonna watch this video that I found. There we go. But it's actually by the Young Turks, but. I mean, I don't really like the Young Turks, but, you know. He seems to be better than he was before, Kirk. But, yeah.
Now, you remember back in 1990 when Iraq had gone into Kuwait. Now, if you're Eric Bolling on Fox News, you don't remember this at all. That moron thinks that we did not go into Kuwait to quote-unquote liberate it. He's like, no, we just threatened that. We didn't actually go in.
What?
He thinks...
What? Who thinks that? One sec, I gotta go grab my... Oh, fuck, there's 2 fucking... Oh, I'm not gonna ready up on this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab some of my rogues. All right, which one should I do? What should I put in? Yeah. Got the mango pouches or the honey lemon pouches. You know, I'm feeling the honey lemon. Nicotine's good for the brain, if you didn't know that. Really helps stimulate the neurons in your brain. What the fuck was he talking about? Here, let's get in on a game real quick. Alliance is fixed. Join that. Ireland. Did you guys see the riots and shit that was going on in Ireland not that long ago? Like a week or 2 ago? That was pretty crazy.
Now, you remember back in 1990 when Iraq had gone into Kuwait. Now, if you're Eric Bolling on Fox News, you don't remember this at all.
Eric Bolling? Eric Bolling, Fox News? Oh, what the fuck? Damn it. Alright. Alliance is on. Join game. Sexting allegations. Oh, there's not really anything that it says about it. Alright, what I am... Ooh. Looks like I am gonna do the... Looks like I'm gonna do a... Europe play here. Alright. Alright, but let's watch this. I can't really find where maybe there's videos. I can't really find what he's referencing there. I wish that was a 1. Should we try to take a 2? Ah, damn it. So, and who is the bot? Is there no bots in this one? Let's see. Nope, no bots. Alright, cool.
That moron thinks that we did not go into Kuwait to quote-unquote liberate it. He's like, no, we just threatened that. We didn't actually go in.
What?
He thinks Saddam didn't even go into Kuwait.
What?
Monumental stupidity of Fox News. Anyway.
I mean, I'm a conservative, and I think that Fox News is fucking stupid. But for probably completely different reasons than what he does.
Now, of course, the rest of us know that Saddam did go into Kuwait, and then we expelled him from there. But of course, it was always a question of, hey, did our ambassador there, Ambassador Gillespie, send the wrong signal to Saddam Hussein? Now, remember, 1988 and 1990 are not that far apart. They're only 2 years apart. 1988 is when, with our help, Iraq winds up dealing a decisive blow against Iran. Iran was on the verge of winning that war when Iraq used sarin gas on Iranian troops whose positions they knew.
Supposedly used sarin gas. I don't even know if they did or not.
Because of information we gave them, okay? So obviously at this point, Saddam's thinking, well, America's my buddies. They're my allies. They just helped me, you know, battle Iran to at least a draw, and I was going to lose if it wasn't for them, but they came in and let me use chemical weapons, by the way, not only on Iran, but against my own people. So obviously they're on my side. So he has a conversation with our ambassador, and basically he's saying, look, I'm having negotiations with the Kuwaitis. I think they should give me more of their oil. But they're not cooperating. Now, it turns out we know what happened there. You know why? Because of Manning's leaks to WikiLeaks. One of the memos leaked was Ambassador...
Bro, it's so fucking stupid that that the owner of WikiLeaks still hasn't been pardoned. They need to pardon him. Well, that was a stupid move. All right, here we go. And attack phase. Boom.
Gillespie's memo. So we actually now know what happened there. And the issue is actually mixed. It's not black and white. Now let me share what we found out in that memo. apparently Gillespie assured Saddam of Bush's friendship and expressed support for the negotiations being set up by Hosni Mubarak for the weekend of July 28th and 30th. Again, remember, this is in 1990, okay? So we're saying to Saddam, hey, listen, we're in favor of negotiations, but remember, we're your buddies. Little mixed messages. Okay, now next, they say, she also explicitly said,
Well, also, when Saddam talked to, what was her name? April, one sec, let me look in this book. April Glaspie, the State Department. The U.S. Ambassador, April Glaspie, she said that
So the
we
United
had no
States-
intentions to stop them.
took no position on the border dispute between Iraq and Kuwait.
Yeah.
Though the summary also mentions that she made clear the U.S. wanted to move south peacefully.
Oh, so this is exactly what I was talking about.
There, she says, hey, listen, you got to do it peacefully. You can't go around using force. She's at least clear on that. On the other hand, she says that we have no position on how much of Kuwait's oil you should decide to take for yourself. That also seems like at least a yellow light. It's not a red light, certainly. So
Yeah.
we got some red lights. We got 2 green lights by my reading of this so far. And then finally, she said, or the memo says, Hussein assured that no action would be taken against Kuwait if the negotiations showed some progress, which seemed to suit the U.S. at the time. So now, Saddam says, don't worry, I'm going to resolve it peacefully. But so I think it's fair for Ambassador Gillespie to come back and say, I don't think he's going to invade. Obviously, that turned out to be false. He did invade. But if you're Saddam, when you look at it in the context, you're like, well, U.S. has got my back, and they let me just pulverize Iran with chemical weapons and my own people.
Yes.
I'm telling him here, I'm really pissed at the Kuwaitis. I'm ready to take action. And they're telling me they have no official position on that border dispute, but that they'd like me to resolve it peacefully. Maybe he interpreted that as, at best, a yellow light and maybe a green light. And then found out, of course, otherwise later when we decided, oh, no. You were our ally when you were attacking Iran. But when you're attacking Kuwait, we already have an oil deal with them. You're no longer our ally, which then leads to decades of war with Iraq. God, our government does such a great job of intervening in the Middle East. Now, gee, I wonder why the American people are against intervening in
Gonna
Syria.
let them go through
In fact, these
first.
stories make me reconsider my position on it.
That way maybe they
Every
take
time
that
we've
too.
intervened, we have made an absolute mess of it, and partly because we don't give a damn what American interests are. We care whatever corporate interest we've made a deal on.
If you live in Montana, you could lower your electric bill to less than $30 a month. How? First, you need to live in a qualified area. Enter your zip code below to ensure your eligibility. Second, you need to have an electric bill that's over $75. Click the link below to share what you're currently paying.
The parades following the Persian Gulf War of 1991 celebrated something unique in recent American history. Military victory. Operation Desert Storm brought forth an outpouring of affection and respect for the U.S. military not seen since World War II.
Bro,
It
could we
seemingly
take,
indicated the enormous
there's
and
one
expensive
blue down
defense
there.
modernization of the 1980s and reaffirmed America's status as the world's only remaining.
See, alright, never mind.
The campaign to evict Saddam Hussein's army from Kuwait was short. Remarkably few coalition casualties. You could call it a feel-good kind of war. But the legacy of that conflict is infinitely more complex. What was once celebrated as victory over evil incarnate was diminished by the Iraqi dictator's continued hold on power.
Just continue hold on power.
And the conduct of the war, while brilliant in many respects, brought forth troubling consequences. Iraq's
0.5.
invasion of Kuwait in August of 1990 coincided with a massive technological transition in the U.S. military. Sophisticated weapons and information support systems, originally developed for use in cold and foggy Central Europe, received their baptism of fire in the wind-blown deserts of the Persian Gulf. It was an unexpected location for the first information war. For the first time in the history of conflict, satellites in space would provide navigation and targeting information.
Damn it!
Multiple launched rockets, even the individual soldier on the ground. But technology has a price. The devastating firepower of the coalition could not be brought to bear without the constant flow of electrons, rivers of electrons that filled the desert skies and carried the spark of life to tons of otherwise useless steel. With such sophistication comes a vulnerability.
The main factor in the Persian Gulf War was superior management of information, aided in large part by the inept management of information, apparently by the opponent, who misused or missed significant opportunities to disrupt our information.
With the U.S. and coalition forces, more time was spent in the effort to collect, evaluate, and disseminate intelligence than in actual fighting. From special forces troops operating deep behind enemy lines, reconnaissance aircraft probing the thin reaches of the atmosphere, war planning revolved around the fundamental quest for information.
That was
Even
good.
alternative sources were enlisted in the effort. Here in the bowels of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., critical information lay hidden.
Critical information.
Intelligence that was needed by General Norman Schwarzkopf to plan the famous left hook, or Hail Mary maneuver of the ground war. This secret plan would drive the main thrust of the coalition's forces through the wastelands of southern Iraq. U.S. Central Command, the joint military command responsible for Persian Gulf security, needed information about the terrain over which hundreds of armored vehicles would have to maneuver. The possibility of a 50-ton Abrams tank bogging down in soft sand threatened to disrupt the entire plan, and satellite imagery was of limited value.
The Library of Congress has the largest collection of maps in the world, numbering some 4.6 million items and 60,000 atlases. We have worldwide coverage dating from the 14th century to the present.
Okay, I was like, are they gonna fucking try to...
A group of unidentified government employees pored over old archaeological manuscripts, maps, petroleum surveys, anything that would yield up secrets about the desert floor thousands of miles away.
They were interested in the maps that we had in our collection of the Middle East, large-scale maps, topographic maps, but they included 6 types of vegetation, which would be indicative of the underlying soil.
The revelations found in aging manuscripts.
He's gonna try to take fucking...
The left hook remained as planned.
That was General Norman's strategy for the Gulf War. He called it the left hook.
Sometimes perception can distort information, or even render it useless. Saddam Hussein misread the West's reaction to his occupation of Kuwait. He had threatened the vital interests of the world's only remaining superpower. He then provided his adversaries an undisturbed window of almost 6 months to deploy and acclimate nearly 500,000 troops. It resulted in the largest armored and mechanized force to take the field since World War II. Nevertheless, the Iraqi dictator was unimpressed. He perceived the United States as technologically superior, but emotionally impaired by the demons of Vietnam. Glued to their televisions, he reasoned, the American public would have no stomach for the bloody reality of war once a ground battle was joined.
Yeah.
But if Saddam Hussein misread the intentions of his adversaries, so was the U.S. handicapped, despite its enormous technical means, by a fundamental misunderstanding of Iraqi motives and capabilities. The nearly decade-long Iran-Iraq War had seen the transformation of Iraq's Republican Guard from a palace defense organization into an elite fighting force of 6 divisions, almost 100,000 men. It was this reconstituted Republican Guard that spearheaded Iraq's victory over Iran in 1988. But it was a qualified victory.
they were able to defeat Iran. And really, they were only able to defeat Iran because the depredations of the revolution and the arms embargo had just destroyed Iran's military power. The Iraqis were capable of limited armored offensives, but only in a very set-piece fashion. At any time that the battle diverged from the very careful plan that the Iraqis had developed, they were lost.
This revealing information was all but forgotten in the effort to quantify numbers of Soviet tanks and hardware obtained by the Iraqi military, which led to a flawed assumption that the Iraqis were a Soviet-style army.
The U.S. military, which was primarily focused on the Soviets and had largely ignored the Iran-Iraq war, they were assuming that the Iraqis would fight Soviet-style. And we're very fortunate
Yep,
that the
he's
Iraqis
gonna
proved so
take
quick
out.
that it didn't really matter, ultimately, whether they were using British doctrine or Soviet doctrine or anyone else's doctrine.
Maybe not.
But Saddam's Sea of Blood
Ah,
record
he
made a
is.
strong impression. The Iraqi army had over 1 million men in arms, not including thousands of reservists.
He might not be able to get it though.
War with Iran. The huge number of casualties in that conflict, coupled with Iraq's willingness to use chemical weapons, was foremost in the minds of coalition planners. Estimates of casualties in a ground war ran into the tens of thousands.
General Schwarzkopf's supply people ordered 15,000 body bags. Well, I'm showing my age a little there. They weren't really body bags. We called them body bags in Vietnam. By the time of Desert Storm, they were called Remain Pouch Human, and then with a long number. But they ordered 15,000 body bags, and the only reason you have body bags is to place bodies in them.
The high casualty estimates reflected an exaggerated opinion of Iraqi capabilities. This failure to correctly assess information would have a significant impact on the planning and execution of the ground campaign.
Ever wanted to lose weight only to lose motivation? It's time to change that for good. In this remarkable journey,
No, I want to gain weight.
Treat yourself to the best gift in history this holiday season. Enjoy unlimited access to award-winning podcasts and thousands of hours of original history documentaries released weekly exclusively on History Hit. There are topics for all history lovers, from Pompeii to D-Day. Sign up via the link in the description for an exclusive discount. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to explore the past like never before with History Hit.
The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait on the 2nd of August, 1990 was the first real test of the West's post-Cold War intelligence capabilities. Less than a month before, the Defense Intelligence Agency in Washington had only 2 people assigned to issues involving Iraq and the Iraqi military. Conversely, there were 42 personnel working on prisoner of war matters stemming from the Vietnam War.
Huh.
We were facing 100,000 plus deployed Iraqi troops in August of 1990, and we had deployed opposite them exactly 0. We had to very rapidly get enough people in theater to respond to the Iraqi presence. Only then did you want to begin to bring in intelligence and other support organizations. So in many ways, they were operating blind for the first approximately 2 months.
The effort to organize
I don't believe that.
a working intelligence apparatus.
History documentaries released weekly exclusively on History Hit. There are topics for all history lovers, from Pompeii to D-Day. Sign up via the link in the description for an exclusive discount. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity to explore the past like never before with History Hit.
The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait on the 2nd of August, 1990 was the first real test of the West's post-Cold War intelligence capabilities. Less than a month before, the Defense Intelligence Agency in Washington had only 2 people assigned to issues involving Iraq and the Iraqi military. Conversely, there were 42 personnel working on prisoner of war matters.
That is good because it's going to cause a conflict in here.
We were facing 100,000 plus deployed.
I don't know what his plan is. Is he going to try to attack me?
And we had deployed opposite them exactly 0. We had to very rapidly get enough people in theater to respond to the Iraqi presence. Only then did you want to begin to bring in intelligence and other support organizations. So in many ways, they were operating blind for the first approximately 2 months.
The effort to organize a working intelligence apparatus in Saudi Arabia to support CENTCOM commanders was plagued by difficulties. One of the immediate problems was an insufficient telecommunications capacity.
Insufficient
The Defense
telecommunications.
Intelligence Agency even considered leasing satellite time from the Soviet Union as a solution.
Intelligence information swallows up an awful lot of capacity on a satellite. You're sending images, you're not sending voice, you're sending images. And that takes an immense quantity of time and space on the satellite. Eventually, they did some workarounds, and in the end, they did not have to lease anything. They said they were very seriously considering it.
Never before in military history has so much imagery from spy satellites been requested in the theater of operations. Previously restricted to high-level Washington policymakers and senior military commanders, massive quantities of satellite imagery were transmitted by the CIA directly to CENTCOM headquarters in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Once there, the precious images frequently fell victim to a combination of other problems, such as hoarding by senior staff and insufficient distribution capabilities.
Bro, if he takes this down, I could probably, if he takes this out, I can probably move through and kill Red. I don't know if I can actually. And then I could kill. Let's think about this. Should I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. No. I shouldn't. I'm just gonna do this. I could have killed him, though. If I really, really wanted to. Maybe not.
Was frequent intelligence logjams.
The speed of communications, the volume of communications, drives the amount of information that's available.
He might try to kill Red.
To describe it. For the Gulf War, imagery couldn't be more than 12 hours or 24 hours old.
Which will be bad for me.
Saw the first use of new battlefield intelligence systems that were originally developed for use in Europe. The E-8 Joint Surveillance and Target Attack Radar System, known as JSTARS, was operated jointly by the Army and Air Force. It had a functionally limited but nevertheless
now he's gonna go in and kill.
for coalition strike aircraft.
Bro, you're next.
Hey, Ben Stiller here. Right now, millions of refugees and displaced families are facing dangerous winter weather, and they need our help. Imagine trying to survive the bitter cold without adequate shelter, clothes, or heat. I've met refugees and displaced families and have witnessed what it takes to keep warm during winter. Things that you and I might take for granted. I've seen what it takes to protect their shelters from freezing rain and snow with plastic sheeting. Had they lined...
But JSTARS was still under development and deployed despite the fact that entire components were missing. The only 2 existing prototypes arrived in Saudi Arabia on the 12th of January, just 2 days before the start of the air war.
I've got to take.
25-foot side-looking radar mounted underneath the fuselage.
Unless if he goes in there.
Designed
No, he's gonna go and take fucking.
on the ground at ranges of more than
He's gonna go in and take.
A moving target indicator displays target information that can then be relayed to airborne strike aircraft or ground receiving stations. But under operational conditions in the Gulf, JSTARS could not distinguish between wheeled and tracked vehicles, nor could it provide precise targeting data to either aircraft or ground troops.
They would tell us that there were large numbers of vehicles at a certain large location, but they would just tell us that they were MTIs, moving target indicators. We had no idea what they were.
What?
They would call us and tell us our location, and we'd say, thanks very much, we know that.
If he has a trade, he was dumb as fuck right there.
Coalition strategy depended on striking targets behind Iraqi lines. And JSTARS was able to detect supply convoys, assembly areas, and retreat routes. Considering its state of development and the fact that most of the crew were civilian employees of the manufacturer, Grumman Corporation, JSTARS was a qualified success. It was also a public relations goldmine. The U.S. Air Force planned to purchase 19 improved JSTARS. With millions of dollars at stake, the war's real airborne intelligence hero went unheralded.
I'm not letting you have a fucking...
After the war, the JSTARS received a lot of publicity and a lot of plaudits for its undoubted success. It was still a developmental system, and the Air Force was looking for funding for the production aircraft, so they were also keen to publicize its successes, as well as the manufacturer. The U-2, however, did not receive much publicity from the Air Force. Indeed, some of the sensors were still classified.
The U-2's role in the Gulf marked the evolution of this one-time Cold War icon into an unequaled tactical intelligence platform.
And while the airframe itself was rather low-tech, the sensors that it carried were decidedly high-tech. Its value lay in its ability to be retasked quickly, to loiter and orbit over areas of interest, and to do the job at relatively low cost compared with satellites, which are both very expensive and very inflexible, and their satellite orbit patterns are very predictable.
The satellite
designed in the late 1950s to overfly the Soviet Union with powerful cameras, the U-2 was transformed into a high-flying modular intelligence truck. With a speed of only 430 miles an hour, it operated at extreme altitudes, with a range of over 3,000 miles. Its various sensors could cover an area 180 kilometers wide and over 5,000 kilometers long on a single mission. During the Gulf War, as many as 12 U-2s were used, with a combination of 5 sensor packages. These ranged from electro-optical cameras to a signals intelligence package for eavesdropping on communications. Electronic data could be digitally relayed to satellites or to ground stations in near real time. At the request of CENTCOM war planners, traditional wet film cameras were also brought into the theater. These cameras provided both wide area and telescopic coverage of Iraqi positions and other targets.
Try it, Pepe Le Pew.
66-inch folding lens was brought out of retirement.
Break it, Pepe Le Pew.
Of all the U-2 sensors, probably the most widely used was its special radar system that could produce extremely detailed all-weather ground maps, which in turn could be downlinked to mobile receiving stations. In one of the war's best-kept secrets, the U-2 actually supported J-STARS, which used its moving target indicator to track Iraqi vehicles on the ground. The J-STARS would alert the U-2 with its higher resolution radar to create a ground map of the area. This remarkable ad hoc combination provided some of the most valuable targeting intelligence available to coalition forces. The best airborne systems, however, can never replace the essential eyes and ears of a soldier on the ground.
Have you been trying to get rid of your expensive electric bill, but it keeps coming back higher than it was before? There are better ways to get rid of it than this.
Bro, I can't let you have this.
There's an easier way to get rid of that electric bill that's costing you more and more each month. Solar panels with Pure Light Power. We have helped thousands of homeowners install solar, eliminate their electric bill, and lock in their electric rate. Stop going through drastic measures to eliminate your electric bill. Just click below and we'll help you get started today.
Here's the plan. You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna shop at thriftbooks.com, but there's millions of books for under $5. Even adventures? Adventures, fantasy, anything. Okay, new plan.
Special Operations Forces, or Spec Ops, are an essential but complex weapon in theater commander's arsenal, particularly in a large-scale conventional war, as was fought in the Gulf. Special operations are, by their very nature, unconventional. The emphasis on the daring and technical skill of how Spec Ops functioned left unanswered a fundamental question. Did they accomplish the mission? In the Gulf War, the results were mixed. Special Operations Forces initially arrived in Saudi Arabia to conduct internal defense training for Arab coalition members.
Schwarzkopf never trusted his Arab coalition forces. He needed people on the ground with these forces to provide what the military calls ground truth, to tell him exactly what the capabilities of these forces were. So you had Green Beret lieutenants, sergeants, captains, majors, in many cases, standing right next to Arab colonels, generals, whispering in their ears in their own language, making sure that everybody was going to be singing off the same sheet of music when they attacked.
British and U.S. Special Operations teams also carried out intelligence and deep penetration missions. In this arena, their success is obscured by secrecy. The mission was one of the most controversial of the war. Saddam Hussein's response to the opening of what was called Operation Desert Storm, the offensive air campaign that began on the 17th of January, was to launch Scud ballistic missiles against Israel and Saudi Arabia. These attacks, although militarily insignificant, threatened to destabilize the fragile coalition, particularly if Israel were to enter the war by retaliating against Iraq. Stationary or fixed Scud sites in western Iraq had been located early on by aerial reconnaissance and were a priority target in the first round of airstrikes. It was Iraq's mobile Scud launchers, less than 25, that were to be the source of so much contention. They also directly impacted the role of special operations.
The Scud attack had a tremendous psychological value, particularly for Saddam Hussein. He sent an entire nation into panic. And when the Israelis went into panic, their political and military leadership started to bring incredible pressure on the White House and the Pentagon to knock out those Scuds.
The idea of using Special Operations Forces to search for the elusive missiles was not embraced by Schwarzkopf. He didn't trust the so-called snake eaters.
The distrust of special operations is cultural, and it's almost historical in the U.S. military. Most of the wars, the U.S. military fights, can be characterized fairly simply. They're very violent, they're very overwhelming. Schwarzkopf was a product of traditional military thinking in that sense.
On the other hand, Lieutenant General Sir Peter de la Billiere, the commander of British forces deployed to the Gulf, viewed the Scud problem as an excellent opportunity for special operations involvement. He was a longtime member of the SAS, the Special Air Service, after which the U.S. Special Forces were modeled.
I think he managed to persuade Schwarzkopf this would be a good idea. Basing it on de la Billiere's own experience, Schwarzkopf trusted de la Billiere's word on this. And so we did then start to see special forces being deployed.
Resembling the long-range desert groups of World War II fame, 5 British teams slipped across the border into Iraq in January of 1991.
Bro, what the fuck?
One of them was from A Squadron, 42nd SAS Regiment. For operational security, their faces are not revealed.
The mission was a directive. Get out there, seek, locate and destroy anything that you find within your area of operation, which incidentally was roughly the size of Scotland.
But what was significant about that area, the southwest part of Iraq, was at that time it was starting to become the launch pad, if you like, for Scuds into Saudi and Israel.
The 30 men of A Squadron traveled in a convoy of 6 modified Land Rovers, 2 off-road motorbikes.
Bro, why are these guys such
and a one-ton
pussies?
Mercedes Unimog, affectionately known as the Mother Truck. The routine of the convoy was governed by the movement of the sun across the wide horizon. Move and strike by night, hide in a lying-up position, or LUP, by day. To the untrained eye, the LUP might appear to be simple camouflage netting thrown haphazardly over parked vehicles.
At least 50% of the regiment's time in Iraq was spent in an LUP. We live and work in that LUP. That means everybody lives by their own vehicle under the camnet. It's a strange existence because here you are in the middle of the desert.
I got a 10 stack at least.
Real estate, but you're being forced to exist in an area probably about 5 or 6 feet square under a bit of a camnet at the back of the vehicle. Everything's done over huddle, so you're trying to keep low from your camnet.
3 days after crossing the border, the convoy's LUP was approached by an Iraqi jeep.
If he fucking attacks me, I'm gonna
It
be so
moved slowly
pissed.
towards the strange-looking camouflage lumps in the desert. Then, 2 Iraqi soldiers got out.
2 Iraqis started to walk towards our vehicles, assuming that we were an Iraqi unit under these camnets, because the camnets didn't conceal what we were, just concealed who we were.
When they reached the netting, both men died instantly. In the dead of night, A Squadron had stumbled.
He's
into a
moving
region
so
occupied by
slow.
Iraqi
What
artillery.
is he doing?
If they were going to leave the area alive, all traces of their presence would have to be removed. The Iraqi jeep was demolished with explosives.
It was very important that no signature remained of what had happened. That means remains of the bodies. blood
Oh, he's
remains,
gonna let me
evidence
get the
of
kill.
It was not beyond the realm of possibility that they may just have got lost.
Oh, I get the kill, bro.
We'd have problems.
Fuck yes.
The squadron switched to daytime patrols after the ground war was launched in February. A large Union Jack was prominently displayed near the vehicles as a precaution against friendly fire from coalition aircraft. During
I
an
can trade,
incredible
I
6
get a
weeks
10
behind
stack.
Iraqi lines, A Squadron attacked a vital communications site called Victor 2 and reported on targets for airstrikes.
And then I can
They
get
were
the
personally
kill.
congratulated.
Oh, fuck yes.
The SAS experience exemplifies the skill and resourcefulness of special operations forces in the Gulf. Translating that bravery and motivation into locating mobile Scud launchers, however, was another matter.
Tis the season to save now at Conlins. Save 35% off and more store-wide. Plus, ask about available 60-month special financing. Make your holiday shopping easy this year with last-minute gift ideas from Conlins.
A thorough investigation of the subject undertaken by the U.S. Air Force in their Gulf War Air Power survey.
There we go.
Possible to confirm that even a single
All right,
Scud
last
was
3.
ever destroyed.
Let's see what my cards are. Fuck. I don't get a trade. He might try to take me out here. He might be able to take me out too. Even though I helped him out a fuckload. What is he doing? Oh, he is trying to take me out. He's going to use that 4 to fucking kill me. But he's not going to be able to get the kill. Oh, I should have went down. I'm taking this. Yeah, fuck off. Alright, here we go. Let's try this. X ways. This motherfucker. I really helped him out. Oh, you cunt! Alright, maybe you won't be able to fucking take me this. Hopefully fucking... Bro, you could literally get the fucking win right here. Give me even playing field, you dumb cunt. I want this. You have more troops than me. No! That's not what the fuck I was saying, you dumb bitch. Move your troops out now. Okay, maybe he will. There we go. Now he understands. So you're gonna go right there and then go up. Boom! I think I won. Lose it, lose it, lose it. Damn it. Alright, now he's gonna get a trade, but what do I got? Alright, I get an 8. If he's smart, he breaks my territories. Yep, he is smart. He does not open up my stack. I'm gonna run this stack up this way. Take that one right there. Alright, now trade, boom, boom. Next phase, boom. Attack phase. Ah, I didn't move my stack out yet. Do I get a trade? Oh, I get 6 troops. All right. And now I should win here in a second. His smartest decision is to go through and then take out. Yeah, take out my two biggest. There we go. And then I don't get a trade. Wow. Alright, next phase. There we go. Holy crap. That was a good game. I thought I was going to lose there for a second. Expert. Master. White was a master. Wow. All right. Yeah, I could tell that he wasn't that he's probably an intermediate. Let's see what my score is now. 18. Let's do one more. And then we will start researching the Gulf War after this. All right? How does that sound? One more game. I am really close to maybe becoming a grandmaster if I keep playing my cards right.
And the best efforts of U.S. and British special forces.
I just think that it'd be funny to be considered a grandmaster at risk.
Against the Scuds is not clear. What is certain is that Israel is exerting tremendous political pressure on Washington.
At several points during the Scud attacks, the Israelis let our satellites know that their missiles that are nuclear armed were ready, waiting, and on the launch pad and could attack.
Revealed in these satellite images is Israel's secret nuclear weapons complex, located at Zachariah, several miles southeast.
Israel's secret.
A Jericho 2 ballistic missile has been moved from its shelter in its position.
All right, what am I? Green? Ooh. I do not like my start here. I think I'm going to do a slow move into...
Israel was not going to attack unless there was a large-scale loss of life and or Iraqi chemical weapons were used. The kind of attacks which were made on Israel...
North America, maybe?
...of the ladder of escalation principle. So in that sense, it is a myth that the Scud kept Israelis out of the war.
A startling and unexpected postscript to the Scud episode came to light by way of Germany. In 1990, Jürgen Mohammed Gittler worked as an archivist in the German Foreign Ministry in Bonn.
Okay, I think that they're trying to move out.
To the Arab cause. In February of that year, Hitler had a chance meeting with the Iraqi military.
And I am going to claim...
Hitler boasted that he could obtain sensitive classified documents. He was counting on the surprisingly lax security of the Foreign Ministry.
A complete lack of security. I didn't walk around there with a camera wearing a trench coat. I simply made photocopies and quite openly took them out of there.
End attack phase. Boom. See.
May of 1991,
See what I did there? I gave purple a track out instead of just. But this could also open up to where they have a track in. So we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do. I didn't see where they placed them. Huh. Dumbass. Did the fucking noob slam into... North America. I mean, into Australia. Let's see what Red's plan is here. Red might be trying to do a... Yeah, I think Red might be trying to move into North America too. Maybe not. Oh, looks like they're not. Looks like they're moving into... Alright, I could have an easy... Depends on what purple does. It really depends on what purple does here. Because purple could be greedy and just try to move out and take America also. North of, like, both of the Americas. Could be their plan. I don't know, though. Seems like they are still going for Australia. Yeah. They are still going for Australia. End attack phase. Is that a bot? Yeah, it is. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? This person is playing like a bot, but they are a bot.
Secret trial, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison.
Wait, who is this?
The kind of attacks which were made on Israel did not come within the terms of the ladder of escalation principle. So in that sense, it is a myth that the Scud hunt kept Israelis out of the war.
A startling and unexpected postscript, the Scud episode.
Oh, I gotta do a stretch there. Oh. All right.
Mohammed Gittler worked as an archivist in the German Foreign Ministry in Bonn. As a convert to Islam, he was passionately committed to the Arab cause. In February of that year, Gittler had a chance meeting with the Iraqi military attaché at this downtown restaurant. In that meeting, Gittler boasted that he could obtain sensitive classified documents. He was counting on the surprisingly lax security at the Foreign Ministry.
A complete lack of security.
Looks like they are not on the table. Not on the...
Took them out of there. You know, simply locked up in my briefcase.
May of 1991.
This might not be good for me.
A 6-month period.
It looks like he's botting out.
He was quietly arrested in charge of espionage by the German counterintelligence agency. Following a secret trial, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. It was not until 1997 that the confidential transcripts of the court proceedings were obtained by the German magazine Der Spiegel.
Some of the most important documents Gittler took were documents about the knowledge of the American government about Iraqi missile sites. And we have the suspicion that some of the reasons why the Allied forces were not able to hit the missile sites was that the Iraqi knew what the West knew and just changed the missile sites.
Did Jürgen Mohammed Gittler help defeat the hunt for Scuds during the Gulf War? The German court thought so, in light of the Iraqis' ability to hide their missiles or to replace them with decoys. And
fuck, I got a fucking wedgie. Ugh.
The significant military insights, the court wrote in handing down the guilty verdict, gave Iraq considerable advantages.
Alright, I'm just gonna stack up and then use this as a...
He thinks that he did it in the best interest of the Arab countries, and in a very strange way, he's obviously very proud about this.
My unconditional yes to Iraq and its President Saddam Hussein still stands.
So that I can use that, because I don't think I'm going to be able to use that one more
50 years after Hitler's V2s wreaked havoc
time.
in England and Belgium, there is still no effective defense against mobile ballistic missiles. To the extent that it diverted precious coalition military assets, Saddam Hussein's Scud campaign was his only real success in the war.
I haven't been this stress-free in a long time. Check this out. My electric bill hasn't gone up all year. Think about this. You remember when gas prices were $1.99 a gallon? And if you could, forever, lock in your gas rate at that price, would you? Well, that's what I've done with my power bill. My rate is locked in.
Intern,
There's still a 30% tax credit. And with Pure Light Power, they offer a zero-down financing program.
I think that we're going to see the elimination of blue and purple very soon. I mean, not blue and purple, blue and pink. Very soon. Very, very soon.
Even before the onset of the Scud attacks, General Schwarzkopf's planning efforts for the ground war had become mired in frustration.
Bro, fucking, so I guess that they were planning to invade and to have a war with Iraq before Iraq even bro, is he, what the fuck is going on here? Before Iraq even invaded into Kuwait.
U.S. intelligence had...
Like they had, they were doing, fuck. He's a bot. That really fucks my plans. So take him out for sure. Let's see what my cards are. Not shit. Gotta take him out, otherwise I'm fucked. All right. Here we go.
Estimated the size and strength of the Iraqi forces.
We saw numbers as high as 540,000, modern equipment. The vaunted Republican Guards, almost invincible. I called it a fourth-rate army, and when I did that in my book, the U.S. Army became very upset with that. But they weren't even a fourth rate. But still, you know, they were an army. They had weapons. They had several 100,000 of them. But they were nowhere near what was reported to be. While the
I want
Air
at
Force
least one
was laying
alliance.
out a detailed air campaign, the ground campaign was foundering, just foundering. He couldn't come up with a way that everyone would accept to kick Saddam out of Kuwait.
The preliminary offensive plan that CENTCOM produced was based on the number of U.S. troops then in Saudi Arabia, approximately 215,000. It called for a so-called straight-up-the-middle attack directly into the teeth of the enemy's defenses. No one liked the plan, not even Schwarzkopf. President Bush and Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney were horrified at the projected casualties. The response from the Bush administration to the up-the-middle proposal was immediate and unambiguous.
They said, well, what do you need to do a good plan? He said, I need twice as many forces. I said, you got it. And that's when they sent 7th Corps from Germany and additional forces over. And the addition of those additional forces, 8 divisions of Army and a couple of divisions of Marine Corps.
Oh, damn it.
Including the option to do the left hook.
The ground plan that finally emerged had 3 closely coordinated elements. Diversionary amphibious operations off the coast, the 1st and 2nd Marine Divisions attacking directly into Kuwait.
There we go.
And a knockout blow
All right.
provided by 2 Army Corps, the 7th and 18th, attacking and enveloping the main Iraqi force from the west. They would also block western escape routes and destroy the Republican Guards. One of the most extraordinary military achievements of the Gulf War took place while the Allied bombing campaign...
All right, cool.
The coalition moved over 250,000 soldiers and 64,000 tanks and other vehicles 300 miles into western Saudi Arabia in preparation for the western development. This mass repositioning is considered one of the most successful deceptions in military history. In the early morning hours of the 24th of February, 1991, firepower, speed, and
1991.
agility of ground forces were brought to bear against the Iraqis. The final
Life's
act of
good.
the storm would last only 100 hours.
Who the fuck is anti-Semite do?
That the coalition prevailed came as a surprise to no one. What stunned Schwarzkopf's commanders was the swiftness of
Life's good though. How's your life going? I like your name. It's fucking sweet. Fuck! Not what I wanted.
speed of the Marine frontal attack into Kuwait and the corresponding flight of Iraqi forces to the north at Port Basra through the carefully planned timetable.
Let's see what my cards are here.
Suddenly, a campaign of maneuver and contact turned into one of hot pursuit.
When
Facing
was
a
this?
rapidly changing situation, and deprived of good
I wish it told me how long ago these were posted. I need to start looking at my...
the original plan of advance, a controversial decision. What was to have been a demonstration of swift maneuver and development resembled instead the spoke of a giant ponderous wheel with 5 divisions perfectly aligned.
The U.S. ground offensive, and particularly the movement of 7th Corps, was done in a very carefully orchestrated fashion. This gave the Iraqis considerable time to retreat out of Kuwait and also to form up a defensive line, a screening force of Republican Guard divisions.
For some members of the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, whose reconnaissance function up front relied on speed and surprise, their choice of a World War II icon for inspiration only heightened the sense of frustration of the slow pace.
Rommel was the Desert Fox for a reason. It was because he took maneuver warfare in the desert to high art. We captured an Iraqi major. I had a picture of Rommel on my turret shield door. He did a real double take when he saw the picture of Rommel on the turret shield door, and I had a private in there guarding him. This is a wonderful thing about young American soldiers. The Iraqi major says to the private, "Why do you have a picture of one of your enemies in your tank?" And the private says to him, "Well, if you knew a little bit more about Rommel, you wouldn't be sitting in the back of my crack, would you?"
Brief but sharp armored engagements with the Republican Guard defensive screen did occur. The Gulf War was a showcase for the M1A1 Abrams tank. To study an angular, sculptured power, this 50-ton, turbine-driven monster swept across the sands with a high-pitched whine that belied its lethal punch. The Abrams dominated tank combat. It outgunned the best
The Abrams
contender, the Russian-made T-72, in every engagement. Its superior fire control and thermal imaging system allowed crews to fire on the move.
How's the anti-Semitism going, bro?
3,000 meters.
Oh, you bum! What the fuck? Motherfucker. Well, now I have to think of a new strategy. Let's see what he does there. Does he have... He does not have cards, so that's good.
The ingredient responsible for this devastation was never discussed publicly. Although it has existed in the U.S. arsenal since the late 70s, the Gulf War marked its combat debut. No armor will stop it. Tank crews called it the Silver Bullet.
He might come in and try to... and put that 7 in, though. So this is risky.
Stark images of turretless tanks bear mute witness to the violent efficiency of modern-day armored combat. Hapless Iraqi tank crews were the first to experience the blinding flash of death of the Silver Bullet.
Should I
I saw
shoot?
one T-72 destroyed in which it literally disappeared as a vehicle, leaving a giant crater in the road. Many of the T-72s, when hit with the M1A1 tank gun, the turret would explode and fly off the vehicle as far as 50 to 150 feet.
Only after the war was this weapon's startling secret revealed. It is radioactive. The official U.S. military designation for this tank-killing ammunition is M829, armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sable. It is essentially a heavy metal dart, or penetrator, made from depleted uranium, or DU. The round muzzle velocity of 1,500 meters a second, combined with its high density, provides extreme accuracy. The DU penetrator kills by pure kinetic energy. No explosive charge is needed.
Alright, now we get to see what the fuck.
Makes it so effective on the battlefield. It's what scientists would say was pyrophoric. Literally burn on impact. It'll weld a hole through the strongest of tank armors.
As it goes in, there's radioactive heavy metal spalling, which is the uranium pieces breaking off, which can catch fire. And now we have a shower of, so to speak, BBs that are extremely heavy, moving very fast, and on fire.
As fuel and ammunition inside the tank ignite, the result, more often than not, is a catastrophic explosion. Kinetic energy penetrators were developed during the 1970s to counter what was thought to be advanced Soviet tank armor. The heavy density properties of depleted uranium were well known, and nuclear waste, already cheap and plentiful, provided a ready source for DU ammunition. The Pentagon's enthusiasm for depleted uranium was not limited to the Abrams tank.
Yep. Beautiful.
Its 30mm Gatling gun was actually responsible for most of the depleted uranium released in the Gulf.
Nope.
Some 630,000 pounds of it.
What makes depleted
Weird.
uranium so effective as a weapon is also what makes it so dangerous to soldiers, and that is it burns on impact, literally releasing oxidized particles of uranium that can be inhaled, ingested by anyone who comes in contact with, say, a tank or a bunker that was hit by a depleted uranium shell.
Fortunately for the coalition, the Iraqis didn't have DU ammunition in 1991. However, 8 Abrams tanks and 15 Bradley fighting vehicles were struck by DU rounds, victims of so-called friendly fire by other Abrams. 12 Bradley crew members were killed and 43 were wounded. During the recovery of these vehicles, the scope of DU contamination and exposure in the Gulf was revealed.
When our depleted uranium team arrived on site to start to assess and clean up the damaged and destroyed equipment, we found out rapidly, first off, that no safety precautions had been taken, nor had the individual
Fucker.
been informed of the hazard associated with depleted uranium.
Because of the degree of radioactive contamination, 6 of the friendly fire Bradley vehicles had to be buried.
I gave you a fucking option.
But what of the soldiers? Not only those who were wounded by friendly fire, but
Hopefully he doesn't have a 10 stack.
troops who were exposed on the battlefield while looking over this.
Hopefully he does not have a 10 trade.
Basic smoke. In spite of conclusive post-war analysis conducted by the Army, the Pentagon consistently downplayed the severity of depleted uranium exposures during the Gulf War. Indications are that many soldiers were never informed of possible DU contamination. Dr. Asaf Spirakovich, a colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, was a radiation safety officer for the Veterans Administration.
I thought that was going to happen.
Instantly, by involving the experts and professionals in management and diagnostic care of those patients, and making sure that certain
tank combat.
Hey everybody, it's Emery again with Ultra Sabers, and I am here today to introduce you guys to the newest addition to the Ultra Sabers family, the Ghost. So, first and foremost, I want to show you guys all 4 variations of the Ultra Sabers Ghost.
Why?
I'm holding in my hand here is the standard Ghost. So this is just the Ultra Sabers Ghost. We also have it in blue,
Okay, cool.
which of course is the Azir Ghost. So this is our Azir version here.
I don't know why the fuck he thought of doing that, though.
The Ghost LE, which is our gold variation. So this is the Ghost LE.
Like, that was a stupid move.
It outgunned the best Iraqi contender, the Russian-made T-72, in every engagement. Its superior fire control and thermal imaging system allowed crews to fire on the move, achieving first-round kills at an incredible 3,000 meters. But the key ingredient responsible for this devastation was never discussed publicly. Although it has existed in the U.S. arsenal since the late 70s, the Gulf War marked its combat debut. No armor will stop it. Tank crews called it the Silver Boat. Stark images of turretless tanks bear mute witness to the violent efficiency of modern-day armored combat. Hapless Iraqi tank crews were the first to experience the blinding flash of death with a silver bullet.
I saw one T-72 destroyed in which it literally disappeared as a vehicle, leaving a giant crater in the road. Many of the T-72s, when hit with the M1A1 tank gun, the turret would explode and fly off the vehicle as far as 50 to 150 feet.
Only after the war was this weapon's startling secret revealed. It is radioactive. The official U.S. military designation for this tank-killing ammunition is M829, armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sable. It is essentially a heavy metal dart, or penetrator, made from depleted uranium, or DU. The round's muzzle velocity of 1,500 meters a second, combined with its high density, provides extreme accuracy. The DU penetrator kills by pure kinetic energy. No explosive charge is needed.
But it has another very important property that makes it so effective on the battlefield. It's what scientists would say was pyrophoric. Literally burn on impact.
Hopefully they don't move any troops in.
As it goes in, there's radioactive heavy metal spalling, which is the uranium pieces breaking off, which can
Fuck, I still don't have any cards to trade.
So to speak, BBs that are extremely heavy, moving very fast, and on fire.
As fuel and ammunition inside the tank ignite, the result, more often than not, is a catastrophic explosion. Kinetic energy penetrators were developed during the 1970s to counter what was thought to be
Kinetic
advanced
energy
Soviet tank.
penetrators.
The heavy density properties of depleted uranium were well known, and nuclear waste, already cheap and plentiful, provided a ready source for DU ammunition. The Pentagon's enthusiasm for depleted uranium was not limited to the Abrams tank. The Air Force A-10, with its 30mm Gatling gun, was actually responsible for most of the depleted uranium released in the Gulf.
Ha!
Some 630,000 tons of it.
What makes depleted uranium so effective as a weapon is also what makes it so dangerous to soldiers, and that is it burns on impact, literally releasing oxidized particles of uranium that can be inhaled, ingested by anyone who comes in contact with, say, a tank or a bunker that was hit by a depleted uranium shell.
Fortunately for the coalition, the Iraqis didn't have DU ammunition in 1991. However, 8 Abrams tanks and 15 Bradley fighting vehicles were struck by DU rounds, victims of so-called friendly fire by other Abrams. 12 Bradley crew members were killed and 43 were wounded. During the recovery of these vehicles, the scope of DU contamination and exposure in the Gulf was revealed.
When our depleted uranium team arrived on site to start to assess and clean up the damage that
I really hope that he does not have a 10 stack. That would be really fucky for me. I don't think he does.
destroyed equipment, we found out rapidly, first off, that no safety precautions had been taken, nor had the individuals been informed of the hazards associated with depleted uranium.
Because of the degree of radioactive contamination, 6 of the friendly fire Bradley vehicles had to be buried in place in Saudi Arabia. But what of the soldiers? Not only those who were wounded by friendly fire, but the potential thousands of U.S. and coalition troops who were exposed on the battlefield while looking over destroyed Iraqi equipment or simply inhaling pervasive smoke. In spite of conclusive post-war analysis conducted by the Army, the Pentagon consistently downplayed the severity of depleted uranium exposures during the Gulf War. Indications are that many soldiers were never informed of possible DU contamination.
Are you going to let the greedy heating companies and their crazy high prices decide if your family is allowed to stay warm this winter?
Dr. Asaf Durakovic, a colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve.
Damn, I only got a 10. I mean, an 8, too. That fucking sucks.
It should be remedied instantly by involving the experts and professionals in management and diagnostic care of those patients, and making sure that certain risk assessment will be given to each one of them, so they will not be in the constant fear of what might happen to them tomorrow.
The Army remains conflicted over its super weapon. The congressionally mandated DU training program was completed in 1995, but not implemented. To the men once responsible for passing on this information, it remains a mission.
Okay, you fucking cunt.
We were tasked to complete a job, to identify the problems, to clean up a mess, to develop the training, to ensure medical care is provided for those people that were exposed to this hazard of war. We gotta finish it.
Doug Rocky is himself suffering from the effects of depleted uranium exposure.
Fuck!
Information, a simple word with profound implications. From the day in August 1990 that Iraq crossed the border into Kuwait, the demand for information never ceased.
Now he's gonna place those troops up in
On
there.
the very last day of the war, the 28th of February, intelligence operations churned through vast.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do, too. He's going to put that trade in right up there. No. Okay. Weird. Is he going to move the 11 into... Why would he do that? Let's review. What? What the fuck was that plan? What?
Vast amounts of data to comprehend the ground situation. Ground truth, however, was never fully attained.
We bombed the Iraqis to smithereens. Yet, without the aid of any high-tech communications equipment, Saddam's generals were able to execute a retreat under the most severest of conditions. Maybe they did it with motorcycles and notes, I don't know, but they did it. We had all the equipment in the world, and we couldn't prevent it.
After 100 hours of ground combat, President Bush ordered a ceasefire. The Republican Guards, Saddam Hussein's trusted protectors of the realm, escaped to fight another day. Kuwait was liberated, but Saddam Hussein's continued presence and the conflict's undetermined physical toll is a somber reminder that superior technology has yet to lift the fog of war.
All right. There we go.
Want to know how my dad and I got our bodies like this? We just did 7 minutes of lazy.
Oh, I forgot to end my turn.
And we achieved our goals. In week 1, we started.
Let's see what I got. Ah, no, not a 10 stack.
In week 3, people started noticing it. By week 4, we inspired.
Hello, friends. Welcome to a not-so-ordinary guide. Before I begin, my lawyer has suggested that I make these 2 disclaimers. Number 1, this is a work of satire. This does not constitute real advice, and I do not advocate for the overthrow of any sovereign states. Number 2, any firearms used in the course of this video are replicas. If anyone from the British government is watching, JK, this is a gag. Please don't send anyone to my bloody house. All right. Let's coup this thing. To coup or not to coup? That is the question that we will be answering in this video. And if you're man enough, the answer is yes, you can. Whether you're a CIA operative, a wannabe dictator, or just a bloodthirsty warlord with a box full of AKs and a dream, a coup d'etat is your fastest way to secure a throne all your own. There's no election, there's no line of succession, and really, is there anything cooler than being able to say you stole a whole goddamn country at gunpoint? Of course, a coup is a high-risk, high-reward strategy. There are no prizes for second place. There are winners, and there are dead guys. Successful coups have been on the decline for the last 50 years, and that's because most of them haven't followed my foolproof 7.
Let's slow this down. He's talking too fucking fast in this.
Point plan. I have conducted a pretty much rigorous statistical analysis of everything that can be considered a legitimate coup attempt since 1945. I've crunched the numbers, assessed the assassinations, and rummaged through the regime changes to create this guide. How to do a coup in 7 easy steps. Look, I'm going to level with you. If you are dead set on coupping your own country, your chances for victory are not good. Out of all 989 global coup attempts that I have personally assessed, around 444 were successful. Now, that is a 44.83% success rate. And if you like those odds, then hey, you might be just the kind of guy who can make a coup happen. But the successful coups are weighted towards the distant past. 1955 to 1975 was the golden age of coupping, and successful attempts have been in stark decline ever since. Throughout most of the 21st century, your chances for triumph were lower than they ever have been. That's the bad news. The good news is that recently, successful coups have been on the rise. Bully for you. And if you identify and manufacture the correct conditions for your coup, then your chances rise considerably. Coupping a country is a lot like buying a house. The fastest way to get one is with someone else's money. So it's best to get your coup pre-approved by a regional power, or at least bankrolled by their secret service. This way, it'll be easier to sell it as a popular revolt, rather than the bloody, body-strewn power grab that it may well become. For the last 60 years, America has been the best coup partner a budding dictator could ask for. 69% of US-sponsored coups succeeded during the Cold War, and almost all of them targeted democracies. Nice. America is
nice. Based, bro? Based?
The Ronaldo of regime change. I mean, just look at their track record. See? And that's why our first case study comes straight from the CIA's own playbook, and shows why having friends in spy places is a coup leader's wet dream. In 1954, the CIA covertly arranged the coup d'etat of Guatemala on behalf of Carlos Castillo Armas, who arrived in his home country with nothing but a dream, 480 CIA-trained soldiers, and a mustache style best described as the double Hitler. He ousted the democratically elected President Jacobo Arbenz Guzman. In 1953, the president expropriated 200,000 acres of unused land, and this was a largely popular move in Guatemala. This land reform redistributed all this uncultivated land to approximately 100,000 peasants. But this policy was less popular with the United Fruit Company, who owned most of the land.
I think with what I have right here, I could take South America and no one would even care. Maybe they would, but I don't think so. Attack them on this, in this. Don't go into here. I'll attack them in here. Yes. I'll make it so that they don't get a bonus. The nice thing is, too, is that this guy's stack is locked, so...
Specifically...
For the first round, I will have... Now I'm gonna go. And then I have another 10 stack ready to go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Its majority
Guatemala.
shareholders, John and Alan Dulles, two American brothers who also happen to be Secretary of State and Director of the CIA. Carlos's CIA-funded forces invaded Guatemala from Honduras and first suffered some pretty gnarly setbacks.
Ah, damn! He's, his stack is opened. Oh, fuck yes. Fuck yes. I can kill yellow in this next turn. He's not going to attack me. I don't think. But he's going to take these two yellows out. And then I go boom, boom, boom. And then I go boom, 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 boom. Take that. Get another trade. Fuck yes. And then I get that trade right there. Trade for another 10 stack. Boom. 10 right there. Next phase. Oh, no! End attack phase. Boom. Fuck. Do they not have a trade? They do not. Oh, they do have a trade, but it's only for 18. Oh, I should have moved this up into here. I have a 10 trade. It's honestly still pretty even. I should have waited on that. That sucks. That was my bad. Oh, nope. All right, sick. Let's see. All right, let's see if I have a... All right, I do have a 10 trade. So he does not know how to play. But he does have enough troops to break me down a lot. Fuck. Okay, okay. He did not think to fucking... He didn't break me. Okay. 10 trade. Put a 3 right here. 3 right there. Boom. And then put the rest of my troops right there. Next phase. End attack phase. Boom. Put this. Oh, fuck. What's my cards? Yeah, see, he doesn't know how the fuck to play a 1v1. This is good for me. This is very good for me. But he doesn't understand how to play a 1v1. Because he has more troops than me. Oh, maybe he does. Maybe he does. He's too focused on that to break my... This is good. This is good. What's my trade? Fuck. Nothing. Nada. Zero zilch. I think I put a 3 there. Alright, I get 9. Fuck, I still don't get a trade. Oh, he only got a 4 trade. Good, good, good. And I'm at least gonna get a 6 trade. Alright, I think I won right here. Good game. Beautiful. Fuck yes.
But sabotage and the veiled threat of US military intervention swung it for the Koosters. The Cold War superpower instituted a naval blockade and conducted intimidating flyovers to protect the CIA director's bottom line. It certainly worked in double Hitler's favor as Carlos entered Guatemala City on July 7, 1954, becoming the country's brand spanking new military dictator.
The communist government has been overthrown by the people. And for that, we congratulate you and the people of Guatemala for the support they have given.
Carlos ruled uncontested for a sum total of 3 years, because he was then shot and killed by a member of his own
Fuck yes.
Castillo Armas took power 3 years ago.
I do want to watch this video, but I need to get to researching.
Washington welcomed his coup d'etat. But recent talk of corruption has made Washington less
Novice,
sure of its
beginner,
new
beginner. Yeah. It was all a bunch of noobs.
In 1968, Edward N. Lutwak wrote this, Coup d'etat, a practical handbook, a pocket-sized user's guide that practically laid out the best practices for palace-smashing wannabes. Just 4 years after it was published, the book was allegedly found on the blood.
What was this?
That practically
a practical handbook. Let me get this book. Oof, I gotta take a piss. Fuck yeah.
Laid out the best practices for palace-smashing wannabes. Just 4 years after it was published, the book was allegedly found on the bloodied corpse of General Mohammed Ofkir, a ringleader in a failed attempt. Bottom.
Oh, they are gonna love that one. Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for?
Alliance
Let's
is
see.
off, alliance is
Jacob,
off,
James, Jayla, Jen. Early on the J's.
Jonathan. Holiday shop like a super
Join.
gifter at thriftbooks.com.
Line. It certainly worked in double Hitler's favor as Carlos entered Guatemala City on July 7th, 1954, becoming the country's brand spanking new military dictator.
The communist government has been overthrown by the people. And for that, we congratulate you and the people of Guatemala for the support they have given.
Carlos ruled uncontested for a sum total of 3 years, because he was then shot and killed by a member of his own presidential guard.
Castillo Armas took power 3 years ago in an armed revolt against a left-wing government. Washington welcomed his coup d'etat, but recent talk of corruption has made Washington less sure of its new ally.
In 1968, Edward N. Luttwak wrote this, Coup d'etat, a practical handbook, a pocket-sized user's guide that practically laid out the best practices for palace-smashing wannabes. Just 4 years after it was published, the book was allegedly found on the bloodied corpse of General Mohammed Ofkir, a ringleader in a failed attempt to overthrow Morocco. It has since been revised several times, most recently in 2015, but never with the advice to maybe keep the book itself out of sight. Which is why I'd also advise watching this video with a VPN. Now, I heard that the best way to keep your coup a secret is to secure yourself online with Surfshark VPN. Is that right? That is right. Surfshark VPN keeps you secure online, so that no one will find the location of our hidden underground podcasting base. Hey, Surfshark is so secure that I bet you could plan your whole coup from sketchy Starbucks Wi-Fi. That sounds pretty good, I guess, but it's not like Surfshark will let me see anything new. Well, you'd be wrong, you idiot. Without a VPN, you can't see what you're not seeing. With Surfshark, you can break through geolocks and access content that, for reasons, to be poor as shit. There's no elegant way to say this, so I'll just say it. If you are planning to take over a nation with no outside help, you will want your future fiefdom to be poor as shit. A place where the average citizen would view a toothless donkey as a suspiciously extravagant gift. Ideally, most of your future subjects will live rurally and also probably be illiterate. This will ensure minimal resistance outside the capital city, but your citizens still should know what's going on in the wider world, getting their information from old-school mass media like television or radio. Otherwise, how will they know that you're the boss now? Now, states explicitly protected by a larger regional power are a no-go. East Germany 53, Grenada 83, Yemen 2014. All examples of attempted coups or uprisings that failed because they were foiled by a larger, more powerful country stepping in, either by killing the cousters or, in Yemen's case, plunging the country into a decade-long proxy war. But there is a caveat for this
Okay,
war.
looks like I am doing a North America play again. Which is fine, I do like North
French
America.
military garrison or is in the Franco sphere of influence, not
I'm
only
going
is it
to
a feasible
have
target,
to make
it is probably
friends with,
top-tier couing real estate, as the French military will even surrender in countries that aren't France. But more importantly, France has historically run these countries so shittily that they are structurally susceptible to military muscle. Let me explain. Chad, Gabon, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, and Burkina Faso all have at least one French military garrison. Actually, reduce that to the past tense for Niger and Burkina Faso, as they've recently booted the French out in the last 12 months. And there's a reason for that.
The fuck is Blue
Thanks
doing?
to their history as former French colonies, these countries have some unique structural weaknesses that make them eminently couable. And they are all located in the Sahel, a mostly arid band of continent-spanning countries where the only thing that crops up consistently is coups. For the last 20 years, and especially for the last 10 months, there have been several cookie-cutter coups in the Sahel, where military strongmen are deposing military less strongmen with a batting average better than the going global rate. In 2023 alone, the region has seen 5 coup attempts, 2 of which brought new regimes to power. And that's because the the conditions in the Sahel are already perfect, or rather sufficiently shitty, for coups to take place. There is rampant government corruption, food insecurity, and a mostly rural population, more concerned with their own survival than with who's in power. So what does Europe's biggest loser have to do with all this? Well, during France's chaotic decolonization process, it set up porous, contested borders that didn't accurately reflect the various tribal loyalties of the region. But in some material ways, France never really left its former colonies. The most common currency in the coup belt is still the CF franc, pegged to the euro and controlled by the French finance ministry. And French military garrisons are still dotted around like cannabis dispensaries in a South Cali surf town. Most damning of all, the outgoing colonial power set up paramilitary police forces based on their own gendarmerie. Independent and heavily armed gangs that might as well be specifically designed to conduct coups and keep authoritarian rulers in power. And France has greatly benefited from this systematic instability, securing the region's natural resources at cutthroat discounts from their military-backed dictators. Omar Bongo ruled Gabon from 1967 until his death in 2009, and stayed in place largely because of his cozy relationship with France. The French military presence kept Bongo's regime solid, while French oil companies sucked the ground dry. France got cheap oil, while the Bongo family bought up some of Paris's most expensive luxury real estate. This is all to say, the Sahel's loss is your gain. This is the region where your coup is most likely to succeed, and if you don't win in one, you can just cross the border and try again. But if all this Sahel business seems a bit bleak, and you want to coup somewhere with some drinkable tap water, then you're going to have to do a bit more prep work.
How can you trust the reviews you're
Which way is he going?
Introducing FakeSpot.
I think he's going boom.
Whether on your phone or computer, FakeSpot analyzes product reviews and sellers
Nope.
as you shop on Amazon, Best Buy, eBay, and other big online shopping sites. By sorting out the good from the bad, FakeSpot saves you time and money while protecting you from e-commerce fraud. Get FakeSpot by Mozilla as a free add-on for Firefox or your favorite browser, and shop knowing you're in safe hands.
All right, let's see.
Okay, what we're gonna do, guys, we're gonna sit 10K off a target, we're gonna blap it really quick, and then we're gonna warp to the run spot. Does that make sense? Yep. Outstanding. Okay, stand by.
So hey guys, here's the deal. They got their Prophecy fleet up, and then Razor also has an Oracle fleet. So we should have some interesting stuff about to happen.
So it's going to be like this. We're going to portal through, and at the same time, the triage carriers are going to jump. Just the triage carriers at first. Everyone clear?
There we go.
Oh crap.
Next phase.
Just because you'll be skipping the election portion of coming to power, that doesn't mean you won't be campaigning. This is the vegetable-eating portion of regime change before you get to move on to the delicious, bloody slab of A5 Wagyu that is staging the coup itself. On September the 11th, 1973, the democratically elected Salvador Allende
Are they
was deposed in a
No,
US-backed
they're just
coup.
a really shitty player.
This coup really had it all. The theatrical flair, the speed, the efficiency, and the bombing of a presidential palace with a fighter jet. But before the country got to this point, it took years of prep work, and this is what you should be taking note of. The first thing you're going to want to do is grind the economy to a halt, or at least convince the business-owning class that that's what's going to happen. In 1970, US President Richard Nixon and immortal Lich King Henry Kissinger agreed that Allende's new socialist government had to go. According to notes written by CIA Director Richard Helms, they wanted to make the economy scream. The US cut Chile off from international financial institutions like the World Bank and the Inter-America Development Bank, all while copper exports plummeted and global inflation roared. The CIA also covertly funded the devastating 1972 truckers' strike, which froze the transportation of goods in the country, leading to nationwide shortages and even greater inflation. The Chilean government was forced to turn on the money printers to prevent a total collapse of living standards, sending inflation soaring by 333%.
Huh, that's fucking... Did he say 333%?
In 1970, US President Richard Nixon and immortal Lich King Henry Kissinger agreed that Allende's new
He just died.
Had to go. According to notes written by CIA Director Richard Helms, they wanted to make the economy scream. The US cut Chile off from international financial institutions like the World Bank and the Inter-America Development Bank, all while copper exports plummeted and global inflation roared. The CIA also covertly funded the devastating 1972 truckers' strike, which froze the transportation of goods in the country, leading to nationwide shortages and even greater inflation. The Chilean government was forced to turn on the money printers to prevent a total collapse of living standards, sending inflation soaring by 333%. Allende's once popular administration now looked pretty creaky, even to those who still supported him, while those that didn't only saw an opportunity. The coup was led by General Pinochet, and a junta of generals who were convinced that overthrowing their paymasters was a necessary step to restore order. He ruled for nearly 16 years. During
Pinochet, bro. That guy was based as fuck.
In which he executed thousands, tortured tens of thousands.
Isn't he the one who was throwing fucking people out of helicopters and shit? I swear he was the one who threw people out. Pinochet helicopters. No, not Tennessee. How the fuck do you spell his name?
Shortages and even greater inflation. The Chilean government was forced to turn on the money printers to prevent a total collapse of living standards, sending inflation soaring by 333%. Allende's once popular administration now looked pretty creaky, even to those who still supported him, while those that didn't only saw an opportunity. The coup was led by General Pinochet, and a junta of generals who were convinced that now looked pretty creaky, even to those who still supported him, while those that didn't only saw an opportunity. The coup was led by General
How the fuck was it spelled again? Pinochet helicopters. Tossed from helicopters, yeah. Yep, he was the one who was throwing people out of fucking helicopters. Best. He's throwing communists out of helicopters, I'm pretty sure.
Pinochet, and a junta of generals who were convinced that overthrowing their paymasters was a necessary step to restore order. He ruled for nearly 16 years, during which he executed thousands, tortured tens of thousands, and embezzled millions. Say what you will about Pinochet, but when opportunity came a-knocking, he smashed the door off its hinges with a welcome wagon. A screaming economy, the threat of foreign intervention, and political polarization are all telltale signs that your coup could be victorious. When you do show up on the TV and announce that you're the big man now, you don't want people's response to look like this.
People who really rule you. Most of them are faceless bureaucrats you've never heard of.
Jews.
One of the most common misconceptions.
Who the fuck is this guy? It should look more like this. Oh, this fucking guy.
I don't understand
so
what the fuck
before you do your
guy's
coup,
doing.
you're gonna have to make a name for yourself. You know, get videoed building a bridge, kissing some babies and handing out food and bars of soap to the poor and stinky. You need to be subtle though. You can't be completely anonymous, but you also don't want to make it obvious to the current leadership that you're campaigning for their job. Hugo Chavez took a novel approach to fixing his anonymity problem, using a failed coup to get the attention of the Venezuelan public. In the early hours of February 4th, he led 5 army units to seize Caracas military installations and stormed the presidential palace. I'd give this coup 10 points for style and a generous 4 for strategy. You see, there was a little uncertainty over which military units had actually switched sides. When an armored vehicle attempted to ram the palace door down, they were attacked by guards who had foreknowledge of the coup. 3 presidential bodyguards were killed, and the president himself hid under an overcoat and eventually escaped. At least 143 people were killed during the active stage of the coup. It was a messy, drawn-out affair that ended with Chavez's arrest. But the establishment forced him to appear on television, telling him to announce that the coup was over in the hope that he could quell the chaos, which he did, but he also used it as an opportunity to address the public.
Nosotros acá en Caracas no logramos controlar el poder. Ustedes lo hicieron muy bien por allá, pero ya es tiempo.
The unpopular establishment had just given the cocky Chavez an opportunity to campaign. After a brief stint in jail, he continued his charm offensive into electoral politics. He was democratically elected president, much to the annoyance of the United States. He turned a failed coup into a spectacular success. But he is the exception rather than the rule. Many a military siege has failed because generals overestimate their popularity among the portion of the population.
Damn, bro.
paid to
Two
salute
of my
them
fucking.
in
Two
1961,
of my.
France was in danger of being couped itself, as the country was divided over how hard they should continue to crush the French colony of Algeria.
Of my.
After nearly 7 years of war with the National
homies
Liberation
are gonna
Front,
get
President Charles de
taken
Gaulle
out
was
here
sick
in-
of it all and was basically prepping to grant the colony independence.
If he does it.
Most of France agreed, but someone had forgotten to ask these 4 retired French generals. Supported by a few army units, the generals made a big deal out of capturing key sites in Algiers, winning the
What is he
support of some
doing?
French settlers and basically no one else. General Charles broadcast a radio message announcing the takeover and attempted to recruit the military in France to their cause. The fact that the generals failed to get the party started in the actual country that they were coupping was a massive, obvious
What the fuck,
failure.
bro? Why did he
President
not
de
take
Gaulle
out
quickly
Red?
condemned the generals on television and arrested any potential collaborators,
He just fed
unifying
it
the
to
country
Blue.
against the coup before the smell of coup had
Unless if
wafted
Blue's
across the
too
French
stupid
border.
to realize that. Then I'm taking Red's kill.
En Afrique, compromis. Et par qui?
What?
Hélas, hélas.
Le putsch de général was très shit from a strategic perspective. How these guys ever became generals is anyone's guess. Then again, they were generals in the French army. Think of your coup like a hand of poker. Army generals are your aces. Air Force bosses are like your kings. Navy bosses are queens. Unless your capital city is coastal, then they could be more valuable. Then you've got your jacks, your heads of security services or paramilitary leaders. All very useful, and just one or a few of these could be a winning hand. Of course, you can try bluffing your way into power without any high-value cards, but this nearly never works. Coups conducted without any military backing are known as a dissident coup, or as I like to call them, a big f***ing mistake. Out of all 989 coup attempts in our dataset, 293 could be classed as dissident coups, and only 25 of those were triumphs. The line between a dissident and military coup is also often quite blurry. Of those 25 successes, 14 could still be classed as partly military backed. This data alone should be enough to dissuade you from going the dissident route. But this has become a bit of a, let's say, pertinent question in recent times, as a few demagogic dimwits have bet it all on a pair of twos. America, 2021. Brazil, 2023. Both terrible attempts. But they were both so shite that they did at least give their leaders some plausible deniability.
You don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
When you storm the palace with a bunch of unarmed, unemployed losers and no generals on your side, you kind of haven't even done a proper coup. You've just organized a shit rave for cards in your country's seat of power without providing any porta potties.
Insurrectionist? Look up the word. Are you going to follow the guy who's naked, tattooed nipples?
That's
Making
exactly
a play
what I
for the
wanted.
palace with just one general in hand is really cooing by the seat of your pants. Your chances are slim, but the power you win will be better, as there's fewer stuffed shirts to share it with. Obviously, it massively helps if you are that general, but even a little military clout can get you pretty far.
My inspiration is just flowing and coming.
We can drag one of these chord progressions in. Boom, just like that.
All you have to do is bring up a synth, drag the progression in, and now we have a chord progression to work with. Like, that's fire. Are you kidding me? Like,
I could honestly kill.
In 1971, General Idi Amin
Green.
led a coup while the incumbent President Obote was abroad, ousting him from power and securing himself a respectable 8 years of uncontested rule.
If I found you not to attend cabinet 3 times without reason, you are out of government.
Idi Amin might have played the game alone, but he smartly conducted his coup while his opponent was away from the table. Muammar Gaddafi made a similar decision, rocking up the palace steps while King Idris of Libya was receiving medical treatment in Turkey. The coup was completely bloodless, swift, and well organized. And Gaddafi wasn't even a general, and nor were his collaborators, but he had recruited a number of military bigwigs into the Free Officers movement. This is sort of like the poker equivalent of free fours. I don't know, I've actually never played poker. He served as chairman once he took charge, taking the chill title in order to show equality with the officers he had cooed alongside. But Muammar ruled long enough to go mad with power. Well, it was either that or brain poisoning from all the plastic surgery he got. And he was eventually violently ousted from power in 2011, where he was forced to become, let's say, intimately familiar with a bayonet. Not the most noble end, but he got over 40 years of uncontested rule until then. And as a coup leader, well, to be honest, that's about the best you can hope for. Anyway, the lesson to take from these two can be remembered with a rhyme. If you're gonna make the one general play, try to make it while the incumbent is away. Obviously,
I was about to say, I was like, that doesn't fucking rhyme, but it did.
the more generals that you've got, the better your chances, and the slimmer the deck that loyalist forces have to pull from. You can make a fairly strong play with just a couple generals. But in one sense, this is the riskiest strategy of all maneuvers, because if you and the loyalists are basically evenly matched, you could slide your country into a civil war. This is kind of what's happening right now in Sudan. In April, clashes broke out between the Sudanese armed forces and the nearly as powerful Rapid Support Force. The RSF attempted to capture key government sites in the capital, but their slow progress meant they reached the presidential palace at the same time as loyalist forces, which must have been very awkward. A straightforward coup devolved into a bloody and prolonged civil conflict where no one is really the winner. Although you wouldn't know that from international reporting, which centered on the escape of Western diplomatic figures and not much else.
I don't know why this guy didn't take Africa. It makes no fucking sense. He had troops there to go boom, and then you go boom right to there. Then you put all of your troops, or not all of your troops, you can put that 15 stack right there. This guy's not going to want to break you because if he does boom or boom, this guy's a noob for sure.
Secure the support of several military bigwigs.
I don't know. He doesn't seem like he's a noob.
Of a royal flush. Brazil 64, Greece 67, and Chile 73. All these coups were ostensibly successful, and they were all orchestrated by a well-organized junta. Besides being a really cool word, a junta is a government led by a committee of military leaders. Pinochet's junta was the perfect hand, comprised of himself, the head of the army, the head of the navy, the head of the air force, and the director general of the Carabineros. More recent junta takeovers include Thailand in 2014 and Myanmar in 2021. The junta method is by far the most reliable, especially if you plan on taking over a country with a large population. But it also requires the most compromises, as you will be sharing power with a bunch of military dickheads. Before we move on from this over-laboured poker metaphor, I have to mention that there can be jokers in the pack. Important figures outside of the official hierarchy, and rarely in play, but in certain versions of the game, they can be invaluable. The head of the Presidential Guard being a classic joker. Hard to win due to their usual loyalty to the body they're guarding, but not impossible to utilize. During the 2023 coup in Niger, President Mohamed Bazoum was captured by the commander of the Presidential Guard on behalf of a military junta.
Pour la sauvegarde de la patrie, CNSP avons décidé de mettre fin au régime que vous
To the regime you know.
Since the country's independence from France in
It's
1960, ruling authorities have
That's what it
been flung from
says.
power 4
Why would
times,
they name a
for
country
failed
this?
attempts to boot.
Bunch
This
of
latest
racists.
coup is another blow for stability in the Sahel. But at least this time, the new regime has figured that kicking the French out might be in their best interest. Okay, congratulations. The country is unstable, the leadership is weak, the generals have your back, and the people know who you are, and either don't completely hate you or shit their pants at the sight of you. You might think you're ready to coup, right? Well, don't sharpen that machete yet, buddy, because there's one final crucial step that, if performed poorly, could crash your coup before it's even started. Recruiting your best boys.
Choose your warrior.
The little green men, the boots on the ground. These lads will be rolling deep with you up the palace steps. They should be loyal as Labradors and preferably about half as smart. They will be blocking the roads, sabotaging infrastructure, and storming Parliament. They will be undertaking massive risk for relatively little reward. Finding the right guys to defile the sanctity of the state is no easy feat, but narrowing your recruiting pool is actually quite simple. You'll want to make a list of every military division close to the capital city. This extends to paramilitaries and well-armed cops. Now, you'd think that the larger your unit, the better their utility.
Did he bot out?
But you'd be
Yeah,
dead
he did.
wrong and, dead. Good coups take place over hours, not days, so you want flexibility with as little potential for communication breakdown as possible. Larger military battalions are dependent on complex command structures and can easily be slowed down through sabotage. So your core group of coup-making homies is as close to the capital as possible and is either well-equipped and relatively small or medium-sized with a simple command structure. Once you've identified the team, or teams, you'll use in your coup, you need to make comms.
Dumbass!
Edward Lutwak suggests that you need to convert 10 company commanders and 5 effective leaders at the HQ. Everyone else should fall in line once orders are issued, or at least the defectors will be so few in number that it won't matter. Now, approaching your first recruits is the single riskiest moment in your entire operation. The standard CIA tactic was to identify officers who had been passed over for promotions, the bitter, aging captains and colonels who will see your coup as their last chance to rise through the ranks. Your ideal recruit is very loyal to you, but not so loyal to the country that they'll refuse to desecrate its most sacred spots. These lads that you're recruiting will be risking their lives, the lives of their families, and possibly putting their testicles on a crash course with a car battery. They either have to be politically motivated to overthrow the very system they've sworn to uphold, or dumb and greedy enough to sack it all off. In 1991, hardline members of the Soviet government attempted a military coup of the Kremlin. The Gang of Eight, led by the vice president and the head of the KGB, orchestrated an impromptu tank party in Moscow and even managed to arrest the real leader, Mikhail Gorbachev. But the military recruits refused to suppress resistance at the Russian White House, allowing future President Boris Yeltsin to mount their tanks and make them all look like pussies. Secretly recruiting cousters requires a shitload of subtlety. Even if they are up for it, they might think you're the Secret Service trying to catch them out. So you need to be careful to identify the highest but weakest link in the chain of command and start your charm offensive there. So I was just wondering if you'd ever considered overthrowing the government. Did you see what went wrong there? Let's try that again. I just think the politicians are wrecking this country. Do you ever think that maybe the protectors of the people need to restore order and take us back to our former glory? I'm in. Much better. Extra points for appealing to the soldiers' nostalgia and personal desire for glory. Potential recruits should also be made to assume that their superiors have already been recruited. And as you recruit more members, this will have the added advantage of also being true. It will inspire confidence in the coup and prevent potential betrayers from reporting it, as they won't know who to trust. Some may even be too scared to say no. Still, they will have a lot to gain by betraying you, and will have a number of opportunities to do so. In fact, we have to just assume that a few of them will do just that. So you'll have to recruit in a very specific way to mitigate the damage of any leaks. Once they are definitely on your team, each recruit should only be given the details of their own task and nothing more. Military men are used to being on a need-to-know basis, and if they do sell you out, it means only part of your plan will be revealed. Which is why it's also important to never reveal the date of your operation, at least not until you're days away.
Well, yeah, why the fuck would you reveal that? Obviously, you don't reveal.
From Rolling Deep. In the 1980s, it looked like conditions were perfect for a coup in Romania. Massive austerity measures had been made under Ceausescu's communist government. And, you know, he was just generally wildly unpopular because he was a knob, leading to a few high-ranking soldiers to consider a coup. The date for the coup was set somewhere between the 15th and 17th of October, when Ceausescu was on a state visit to West Germany. So far, so good. The principal army unit was based in Bucharest and had a huge munitions dump secured by a lieutenant colonel. But somewhere in the coup plotting process, there had been a leak. When the date approached, the military unit assigned to carry out the plan was sent to harvest corn instead. The coup leaders were questioned but never arrested, revealing that part of the coup plan had been leaked, but the wider details were still fuzzy. While this was an unsuccessful attempt, the correct recruitment procedures were followed, so the coup planners remained in power and their testicles remained free from a 12-volt charge. Okay, now for the fun part. The day has come. You and the boys are locked and loaded and ready to go.
Oh.
Shit. Time is of the essence, though. Coups are not like wars. There is no time to adjust strategy or send your men in waves. You either go hard or go home. If war is a multi-round bare-knuckle brawl between two equally matched opponents, then a coup is a knife in the heart of a sleeping giant. You either get it done fast or you get smushed into man-flavored goo. Okay, first things first, you are going to need a few of these. Cheap, reliable, two-way radios, because if everything goes right at the start of your coup, every other form of communication is going to be sabotaged or seriously unreliable. When it comes to weapons, the AK-47 is the Coca-Cola of coup equipment, past and present, and there's a good reason for it. It's reliable, it's cheap, easily available, and easy to use. Anyone with arms can operate an AK, and due to their mass manufacture, getting a hold of them covertly won't be a challenge. Theoretically. If you're coupping a rich or well-armed country, then I'd recommend upgrading to an M16 or one of its derivatives, like the M4 carbine. Having a brigade of tanks is a total necessity for coupping a developed state. Less because you'll need to fire off a couple rounds, but more for the visual confirmation that you are in charge. Nothing says, I'm the captain now, like parking a few tons of steel on the White House lawn. For less developed countries, like those in the Sahel, a few dozen armoured vehicles will do. Now, every coup is different. Each will have specific geographic requirements depending on the capital city's structure. So I'll be guiding you through a theoretical coup of a random city. Just a random city like London, England. Okay, the big thing about staging a coup is that basically, everything has to happen simultaneously so you can maintain maximum confusion until the moment where you're in charge. So if a target is going to take a while to get to or take ages to secure, those teams...
What are we, fucking black, bro, attacking targets? I'm just kidding.
will need to set off first and try to remain as anonymous as possible. Small teams will need to be deployed to sabotage telecommunications and secure internet exchange points. This will be tough, but it needs to be done. At this point, the state will know something is up. So you should already be halfway to your destination and your targets should have no way to escape. You will need to establish robust roadblocks at every entry road of the capital. No small task if it's a large city. Easier though if it's a coastal city like Helsinki or Bangkok, where the water can do part of the work for you. This is to slow or even subvert the arrival of loyalist troops and to prevent the escape of our target. If you were to theoretically overthrow the currently unelected leader of the UK, turning the M25 ring road into a car park would be easy with a few well-placed blockages. Modern times present a unique opportunity for subterfuge on this point. If you were theoretically coupping London, I would suggest disguising your sabotaging forces as irritating protesters. Many a coup has turned to poo because they couldn't control the roads. Gambia, 81, Libya, 93 are two textbook examples where the road warriors failed to clog the city's arteries. The attempted military coup of Turkey in 2016 failed for a number of reasons, but its inability to completely control Istanbul's major transportation roads was a huge stumbling block. Government forces used mass media and social networks to mobilize public support. Crowds flooded the street and blocked the movement of the coup forces. The mistake these little rascals made was going way too loud, way too soon, making big, very coup-y moves before they had secured the apparatus of the state or neutralized Erdogan. In the age of mass media, you've got to be sneaky. People can figure out what's going on a lot more quickly. But
yeah, for real.
Confuse them. Remember, the job of your road warriors isn't to start a motorway massacre. They are just there to stop the loyalists from starting a fight in the first place. If you can confuse the loyalist forces enough to convince them to join your roadblock, this would be your perfect scenario. And if you've maintained enough confusion up until this point, the loyalists won't even know who they're responding to or who the enemy is. This is probably what happened during Prigozhin and the Wagner Group's wacky road trip to Moscow in the summer of 2023. Loyalist roadblocks had no idea who was friend and who was foe, and just kind of let the paramilitaries through. Whether the whole thing was a coup or not is still kind of debatable, but the subterfuge that led to the showdown was textbook. You'll also need to halt train travel and shut down the airports. Trains are easy though. All you got to do is blow up some train tracks with a skeleton crew of protester-disguised coosters. Disabling London's tube network largely works the same way, and if you do it during rush hour, you'll be doing everyone a favour anyway. Airports are slightly trickier. as they can take a lot of time and manpower to overwhelm. If you don't have the resources to spare, the cheat code is to simply park a few armored vehicles on each runway, and once you're in charge, you can just shut them down by executive order. Now, this should go without saying, but you need to be there. While coups can be conducted remotely, if you are not there to direct things, the line of succession can become fuzzy. There is always the possibility of a coup within a coup.
Is he lining up for an attack on...
may decide that, hey, on the day, that throne over there looks quite comfy.
I think he's lining up for an attack on...
lines are in our own backyard. Big Sky Country.
I think that's what he was doing. Oh, you motherfucker.
On October 26, 1979, South Korean President Park Chung-hee was enjoying one of his 10 monthly banquets with his closest advisors at the KCIA's safe house. However, festivities were cut short when the director of the KCIA, Kim Jae-kyu, rudely interrupted the banquet by shooting President Park in the chest. In the ensuing chaos, Kim shot a few other guests, arrested the surviving attendees, and started to contact various military figures in an attempt to gain support for his new regime. He started driving to the KCIA's headquarters when he suddenly diverted to the Army HQ instead, so he could secure their help in declaring martial law. If you've been following my coup guide closely, you will know why this was a grave error. Do your recruiting early and remain where you have most concrete control. Had Kim returned to the KCIA headquarters where he was the unequivocal boss, he might have clinched it. Instead, he walked straight into the lion's den of Army HQ, assuming that his own military appointees would just be
hopefully
on
that doesn't
board
fucking...
with his impulsive act of regicide. They were not, and he was arrested. Kim is a case study in catastrophic coup failure. You cannot skip the military recruitment phase, as generals don't like surprises, especially messy ones that involve picking up presidential brain bits. Do not kill the incumbent, not if you can help it. No matter how unpopular the leader you're popping is, killing them hardly projects stability. And it makes you look a little illegitimate and desperate, if I'm being honest. There is a line between cooing and treason, and you'll be walking it like a tightrope. Act too impulsively, and you might find yourself hanging from that rope, which is exactly what happened to Kim. He was convicted of treason and executed on the 24th of May, 1980. If only he'd learned from the guy he killed. Back when he was a major general, Park Chung-hee mobilized several army units and recruited senior military officers for his coup in 1961. He seized key public buildings across Seoul.
Okay.
The army captured the media outlets and shut every major transportation hub in the city, while the Prime Minister fled. There was some light resistance when the operation started, but rebels held the hills around the capital, firing on government positions and installations.
Fuck.
If you've been paying attention, you'll be right in thinking this was a perfectly orchestrated coup. In fact, I'd say it's the gold standard. But there were challenges. The plot had been leaked in the early hours of the morning, giving counterintelligence command time to dispatch military police and arrest some of the likely culprits. Major General Park, however, was shrewd, moving to the 6th District Army HQ, where he took personal control and salvaged the plan. Now that is how you coup it. Park proclaimed himself president in 1963, leading South Korea without contest through an incredible period of economic growth and industrialization. His autocratic rule lasted for nearly 18 years, and he enjoyed many a banquet until a poorly prepared coupster served him a lead-based dessert in 1979. Once you and your ride-or-die broskies are inside the capital city, you have two primary objectives and several secondary ones associated with the primary two. I know this is confusing, but if you got this far, you know, deal with it. It's about to get more confusing. The first is the most obvious and most fun. Capture the executive and assume control. The second is to capture and secure the country's most trusted media outlet. So if you were cooing London, you'd be taking the PM hostage at 10 Downing Street and announcing your junta from the BBC. Convenient, as they are 5 stops away from one another on the tube, or just 15 minutes away via armoured convoy. Your most trusted and most battle-ready units will arrive at the executive first and take whoever lives there hostage. Now, this is the spot where you will be meeting some guaranteed resistance. So you'll either have to overwhelm them with sheer numbers or, you know, blast some fools. You will at least have to take out a few bodyguards, but try to ensure corpses are created inside, away from the prying eyes of the international press. Speaking of which, while this is all going on, you and your boys have the slightly easier task of securing the state broadcaster. Easier in a logistical sense, as you are unlikely to receive much resistance from a bunch of Oxbridge nonce-enablers, but harder from a technical standpoint, as you will need technical ability to broadcast your initial takeover announcement. In the age of social media, you might be tempted to just record your message on your phone, but going live from the state broadcaster lends you so much legitimacy that it is still an essential step. Once that's done, you and your boys are going to have to keep control of the media centre and keep it running for future announcements. While this is going on, smaller strike teams should be sabotaging every other broadcaster.
Now I'm just playing a bot.
Channel 4, ITV, London-based radio stations all need to be offline once you start rolling towards number 10. Now, for the secondary objectives. While these are not technically essential, the more of these you check off your coup list, the better your chances are for lasting success. Once you've secured the head of state, you're going to work down through the hierarchy of actual material power and kidnap those guys. In less chaotic times, the vice president or the chancellor of the exchequer might technically be second in command. But when it's coup o'clock, the real power players are anyone who can mount an effective opposition against you. Recognizable political figures, military leaders, police chiefs, but most importantly, the Secretary of State or the Defense Secretary, or whatever the equivalent is in your country. So by the time you arrive at the executive, some of your best armed buddies should already be a pistol's length away from all these figures. Generals are harder to reach and may not be worth the effort, but if you can capture them in their family home, you can either arrest them or, you know, kill them. If you were theoretically coupping the UK, I'd recommend sending some of your best and most brutal boys to the Carlton Club, the private members club popular with high-ranking Tories, where you're likely to catch some cabinet members about to chow down on their eggs royale. You should also send some strike teams to the family homes of high-ranking politicians, but it should be noted that it's during these attacks that casualties are quite common. This is necessary though, because if you can secure gun barrel approval from military and political leaders outside of your coup, this will create a snowball effect. Junior ministers will fall in line, not wanting to lose their jobs or their brain matter. If your country has a ceremonial head of state, like a king, emperor, or official mascot, now is the time to...
Alright, I'm gonna pause this for a second. Let's see, do I have any trades? Nope. Alright, set that right there. Next phase. Alright, this is getting gnarly. I'm going to win this, though. But that 7 might come into my... Okay, what's its plan here? Is it coming up to come break me? It is. Not coming to break me? What? This is. There we go. Well, I won. That was easy. That was easy. Do I get a trade? Yeah, I do. Are they gonna break my my Asia? Cause like that's my strongest one. It broke all of my strong ones. Okay, let's do a trade right here. Boom. I guess we'll just start right here and go in. Next phase. End attack phase, end turn. There we go. Oh, fuck. All right. And there we go. Now after this, I'm going to Alright, I'm gonna wait for the stream. I'm gonna stop the stream for just a little bit and then I will be back. Alright, let's see what they were. Expert, master, yeah. This is probably going to be good for points. Let's see what I'm at now. 20,000. Oh, I only need 5,000 more to become a Grand Master. Holy shit. That's crazy.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and
From the dust I was born, to the dirt I shall return. When my eyes are closed, in the shadows, my enemies will think they won, but I'm here to stay. Destiny will overcome, no, I am not afraid. Like a phoenix in the night, my soul will rise. From the darkness to the light, I feel alive. I'm a fire, burning bright, I'll never die. Like a phoenix in the night, I will survive. Oh, and stronger now. I won't let me down. No. My enemies will think they won, but I'm here to stay. Destiny will overcome. No, I am not afraid. Like a phoenix in the night, my soul will rise. From the darkness to the light, I feel alive. I'm a fire, burning bright, I'll never die. Like a phoenix in the night, I will survive. Oh, I will survive. I'm a fire, burning bright, I'll never die. Like a phoenix in the night, I will survive. Oh, I will survive.
Mondays.
Dear road rivals, you may have 4 wheels and a similar build, but our resemblance ends right there. Later, Toyota.
Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
You used to stop this world from spinning. Like Superman, you were the only one to find the strength in all that I was dealing with. This life like kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass, you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be, be right when I wait to say me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. You called my soul when I was falling. You moved the clouds to stop me from hitting the ground. In every goal there was a meaning. For this love ain't kryptonite. And if you keep me close, every minute in this hourglass, you hold. Oh, 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 and when I fall to be right when I wait to say me, a superhero in your sleep. A superhero in your sleep. lost in tunes and everything you ooze. The tempo of your beat, you bleed a melody. No one can control that old time rock and roll. No rule of gravity. And hey, can I follow you back to your room, watching you bloom in the light of the moon? Can I follow you back?
All right, I'm back. Fuck. I know I said I was gonna research fucking the Gulf War, but I'm just so in on the fucking.
Wheel their decrepit bones out and receive their secondary objective.
Stop taking your generic multivitamin.
All right,
I'm going to
let's
fill
see
you
what.
in on a little not-so-secret secret. Most multivitamins just flat out don't work. Now, why don't they work? Well, beyond the fact that multivitamin manufacturers deliberately underdose the ingredients and use the cheapest possible forms of.
While the Once you and your ride-or-die broskies are inside the capital city, you have two primary objectives and several secondary ones associated with the primary two. I know this is confusing, but if you got this far, you know, deal with it. It's about to get more confusing. The first is the most obvious and most fun. Capture the executive and assume control. The second is to capture and secure the country's most trusted media.
The broadcasting.
So if you were in London, you'd be taking the PM hostage at 10 Downing Street and announcing your junta from the BBC.
That makes sense.
Convenient, as they are 5 stops away from one another on the tube, or just 15 minutes away via armoured convoy. Your most trusted and most battle-ready units will arrive at the executive first and take whoever lives there hostage. Now, this is the spot where you will be meeting some guaranteed resistance. So you'll either have to overwhelm them with sheer numbers or, you know, blast some fools. You will at least have to take out a few bodyguards, but try to ensure corpses are created inside, away from the prying eyes of the international press. Speaking of which, while this is all going on, you and your boys have the slightly easier task of securing the state broadcaster. Easier in a logistical sense, as you are unlikely to receive much resistance from a bunch of Oxbridge nonce-enablers, but harder from a technical standpoint, as you will need technical ability to broadcast your initial takeover announcement. In the age of social media, you might be tempted to just record your message on your phone, but going live from the state broadcaster lends you so much legitimacy that it is still an essential step. Once that's done, you and your boys are going to have to keep control of the media centre and keep it running for future announcements. While this is going on, smaller strike teams should be sabotaging every other broadcaster in the capital. Channel 4, ITV, London-based radio stations all need to be offline once you start rolling towards number 10. Now, for the secondary objectives. While these are not technically essential, the more of these you check off your coup list, the better your chances are
the defense
for lasting
secretary.
success.
Yeah.
Once you've secured the head of state, you're going to work down through the hierarchy of actual material power and kidnap those guys. In less chaotic times, the vice president or the chancellor of the exchequer might technically be second in command, but when it's coup o'clock, the real power players are anyone who can mount an effective opposition against you. Recognizable political figures, military leaders, police chiefs, but most importantly, the Secretary of State or the Defense Secretary, or whatever the equivalent is in your country.
Am I
so
not
by the time you
able to
arrive at the
join
executive, some of your best armed buddies should already be a pistol's length away from all these figures. Generals are harder to reach and may not be worth the effort, but if you can capture them in their family home, you can either arrest them or, you know...
Is that a bait? What is that?
Kill them. If you were
theoretically
couing the UK, I'd recommend sending some of your best and most brutal boys to the Carlton Club, the private members club popular with high-ranking Tories, where you're likely to catch some cabinet members about to chow down on their eggs royale. You should also send some strike teams to the family homes of high-ranking politicians, but it should be noted that it's during these attacks that casualties are quite common. This is necessary, though, because if you can secure gun barrel approval from military and political leaders outside of your coup, this will create a snowball effect. Junior ministers will fall in line, not wanting to lose their jobs or their brain matter. If your country has a ceremonial head of state, like a king, emperor, or official mascot, now is the time to wheel their decrepit bones out and receive their gun battle blessing. And once you're done with that,
South America
it's time to convince everyone that everything is all good, man.
Oh, they are
We'll see what
love that one. Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for?
Yeah, I figured he was
Let's
going to take a
see.
North
Jacob,
America
James,
play.
Jayla, Jen, early on the J's. Holiday shop like a super gifter at thriftbooks.com.
He's going to take an
We dare you to find a place where you experience some twists and turns.
Yeah,
and
he's going to
enjoy
take an
some
Oz
ups and
play.
downs before turning up the heat.
I
all
am
in
going
the
to
same
open
day.
this up
We
for...
dare you. Plan your trip today.
Announcing your coup to the country
I'm
you've
opening
just
that up
stolen
for,
is a delicate balancing act that even the most savvy political operator will find challenging. Unlike a post-election victory speech, you aren't just celebrating that you've won, you are convincing everyone that you have. An election victory is decisive, where a coup is still pretty squishy in its first few days, so you'll want to do everything you can to project strength and stability. The biggest threat to your regime is still the guy you've just deposed, so you might be tempted to keep things simple and depose his head from his body. Not so fast. Your predecessor might be your biggest threat, but they are also your biggest asset. Using the previous incumbent as a meat puppet is a must. It legitimizes your rule and provides a sense of stability and legitimacy that can never be underestimated. But make sure they keep it short. You only want them to communicate 3 basic things. The coup has happened, it was decisive, and you are the big man now. In the age of social media and memes, meat puppetry has never been easier, and 2023's coup in Gabon provides us with a textbook example. As you know, President Ali Bongo was drummed out of office by the military. He had inherited his presidency from his daddy, Omar Bongo, who had ruled the country since 1967 until his death in 2009. The Bongo family had overstayed their welcome, with an oversized impact on the country's recent history. Which is what made his gunpoint concession speech so funny.
Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon, and I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world, to tell them to make noise, for the people here.
To make noise!
Shot from above to make him look small, and in vertical to make the whole thing seem quite trivial. In just 42 seconds, a Gabonese dynasty was finished in the same format as a pimple-popping TikTok. He tried to get a quick rallying cry in there.
To tell them to make noise,
But this was immediately turned into a meme, as the people of Gabon danced to the beat of the Bongo's demise.
What the fuck?
Now on to your first presidential address. If you've done it for the glory, this is your moment. Savor it. If you've done it for the money and power, this will be a boring chore that you'll need to get out of the way pronto, but you will need to take the right tone. Luttwak suggests that there are 4 basic tones that coup announcements tend to take: the romantic, the messianic, the unprepared, and the administrative. Whatever tone you do choose to take, you are there to establish stability. There should be no question that the coup is over and that you are in charge now. I stand before you not as a conqueror, but as the uncontested and universally approved leader. All that conquering is in the past, done and dusted many minutes ago. The old leader is gone. It's out with the old and in with the you. This is inherently destabilizing, so try to associate your leadership with symbols of national pride and unity. This new regime stands strong and proud, like St. Stephen's Tower. It's refreshing, like a pint of lager from your favourite pub. My rise to power may have been violent, but in a cool James Bond kind of way, not in a Nazi Germany kind of way, which this country proudly defeated and hasn't stopped going on about since. Oh, and never use the word coup. That's a dead giveaway, innit? In fact, try to avoid any specific political jargon. You're going for broad appeal, not accuracy. Instead, use easy-to-understand metaphors about new dawns, rebirth, and ships being steadied. Actually, use as many nautical terms as you can. A stronger hand was required.
No, I'm not
steer
telling
the
you to
ship
take
through these
that.
rough waters. The previous captain was seasick, and I heard he was screwing the cabin boy in the poop deck. For the stupider viewers, it will be important to emphasize that this is not an invasion by a
Why the
foreign
fuck
force,
would you have done
especially
that,
if
you
it was
dumb
indeed funded
fuck?
by one. Rumors that Russia
Okay, so
fueled
this
my
guy's a noob.
revolution are baseless, and those photos of me sunbathing with Putin are as photoshopped as they are erotic. You only need to subtly imply that resistance will be met with swift and bloody retaliation. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and images of tanks parked outside Parliament
This guy's a
will
noob
speak
for
1,000,000.
sure.
If there is any visible resistance on the streets, it is better to acknowledge its existence now, but imply that they are isolated instances that will be dealt with. There will be those who resist, who want to take us back into the past, but this new regime is like a bullet. It only moves forward. Your short-term aim is to enforce public order, so that in the long term, you can control the masses without physical force. So, in the material content of your speech, you will announce a curfew of the capital, shut down communications,
A curfew of the capital?
and close all public buildings. Oh, and by the way, no leaving your home after 5. The internet will be inaccessible for the next 48 hours, so maybe try reading a fucking book for once. But not from the library, because they'll all be shut. All right, peace out.
Fucking yeah, mate, that is sick.
Congratulations! If you followed every step to the letter, you are now the leader of your very own country. Commission some propaganda tunes, throw a party, and force everyone to enjoy it. And hey, make sure you have some fun yourself, because who knows how long all this is going to last anyway.
Now I'm gonna take Africa.
Yeah, probably should have mentioned this earlier, but now that you've cooed, you have drastically increased the likelihood that someone will coup you. This is a phenomenon known in academic literature as the coup trap. You have started a precedent for any other power-mad scamp with similar aspirations to you. Lucky for you, coup-proofing.
What
in
is
the
he
short
doing?
term,
Is he gonna
relatively
slam
simple.
my fucking...
First, announce some populist economic policies. Bread for the poor, circuses for the simpletons, and
Okay, so he
resource
he's
extraction
gonna
rights
piss
for
off
powerful business figures, or for
North
America
America.
if they funded your shit. If there's any generals or political figures on your team that look a little crown keen, I would advise murdering them immediately. Actually, sorry, you're the boss now, so these won't strictly be murders. They will be extrajudicial killings if you want to send a message, or unfortunate window-based accidents if you do not. If we're talking long-term strategy, you've got to face facts. Most regimes that begin with a brutal military uprising tend to have the longevity of a lab rat. The current crop of coup leaders who can sustain a multi-decade reign can be counted on
Bro,
one
is Red
hand.
really gonna let him
President
bully him? Oh
Mavasogo
no.
of Equatorial Guinea has been in power since he
Okay.
couped his own uncle back in 1979, but he's been fighting off coup attempts ever since. President Museveni of Uganda has held on to office since his badass Bush War in 1986, but by the look of it, he'll probably die in his office, literally. You may know that Myanmar's 2021 coup started like this, but it's hardly been a song and dance since then. Months before, the country held a general election, where Aung San Suu Kyi's NLD won in a landslide, while the military-backed party performed poorly. The coup was a hissy-fit Hail Mary, which resulted in Aung San's arrest and the military's eventual takeover. While technically successful, 2021's coup is a textbook example of why coupping a country with a popular leader isn't worth the trouble. Since then, the country has been plagued by guerrilla
What the
warfare,
fuck?
sectarian violence, mass protests, strikes, and expensive suppression campaigns. Myanmar is a big country, full of brave, brilliant people who are just done with the junta's shit. At the time of recording, only 15 global
What
heads
the
of state
fuck?
have earned their position through a coup d'etat. And 7 of those 15 have been in power for less than 3 years. With all this in mind, I reckon you've got 2 options for your post-coup success.
Bro,
The
you
first
missed
option,
one.
Pillage the country's coffers like a subway crackhead rifling through the pockets of a sleeping drunk. Set up shell companies in a British tax haven, embezzle state revenue,
Stupid
and
mother-
transfer
Ah.
ownership of natural resource companies to your brother or wife. whoever you trust the most.
Damn.
Stay in power for a few years, then sail
I did
away
not
on
think
the
he was gonna
presidential
do
yacht
that.
with as much gold and hookers as it can carry.
Yeah,
But most people
I
never
knew
take my
he was a
advice on
fucking
this one.
beginner after
Power
that.
is
That was
addictive,
such
apparently,
bullshit.
and if Museveni and Mitch McConnell
Damn
are
it.
any indicator,
What the fuck?
it might actually be some kind of life support system. So if you're dead set on keeping your claws on the crown, you should consider scheduling an election.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, okay, I get it, I know. But just
Probably
hear me
gonna
out,
lose
okay?
that game, but
The best way to avoid the coup trap is to subtly transition your military dictatorship into a democracy. The 2013 coup of Egypt ended in the resignation of the democratically elected Mohamed Morsi. He pushed forward with an unpopular Islamist agenda and mismanaged the economy.
Palestine
resulting in
again?
massive protests reminiscent of the
Bro.
ones that ousted
why do I keep coming across Palestinians fucking playing this? You'd think that they'd be having enough of like people trying to conquer the world and shit, you know?
previous President Mubarak 2 years prior. Defense Minister Abdel Fattah el-Sisi politely gave Morsi a 48-hour notice period, telling him to leave office. Morsi resisted, so el-Sisi there should be no question.
Okay.
This is how this bracelet is changing the fate of the ocean. Seeing the coral reef bleaching events this past summer, we knew we had to take action. I called up my buddy Tituan in French Polynesia, and he was also seeing corals dying in his backyard. And that's why we created the Restoration Collection. For every bracelet purchased, we remove 5 pounds of trash from the ocean and plant 1 coral onto the reef. We provide regular impact updates with information on your coral, an interactive map where it was planted, and even have a live stream to watch the corals grow. So get your bracelet today at 4ocean.com.
I shouldn't have done that.
Today is the 23rd of November 2023, and Gaza is still under the fire and under the war. This war which left thousands of victims and injuries, and thousands of houses and buildings were destroyed totally. The people here inside Gaza suffer from a humanitarian crisis, where they don't have the ability to afford the basic needs of life, like water, electricity, and food. Today, on behalf of Ummah Relief, we implement the projects of preparing hot meals to distribute these hot meals to the needy people in Al-Maghazi camp. The people in this camp, which contains thousands of displaced people from different areas from Gaza, especially from the north of Gaza. Thank you for your support. Thanks for Ummah Relief.
Send meal to
for
Gaza.
For their,
I thought Israel was blocking
But the coup is over
aid
and
to
that
Gaza.
you are in charge now.
I guess now they started giving aid to Gaza again. Huh. Why would he move out?
I stand before you not as a conqueror, but as the uncontested and universally approved leader.
Okay,
all that
weird.
conquering is in the past, done and dusted many minutes ago. The old leader is gone. It's out with the old and in with the new. This is inherently destabilizing, so try to associate your leadership with symbols of national pride and unity. This new regime stands strong and proud, like St. Stephen's Tower. It's refreshing, like a pint of lager from your favorite pub. My rise to power may have been violent, but in a cool James Bond kind of way, not in a Nazi Germany kind of way, which this country proudly defeated and hasn't stopped going on about since. Oh, and never use the word coup. That's a dead giveaway, innit?
That's a
In fact,
dead giveaway,
try to avoid
ain't it?
Any specific political jargon. You're going for broad appeal, not accuracy. Instead, use easy-to-understand metaphors about new dawns, rebirth, and ships being steadied. Actually, use as many nautical terms as you can. A stronger hand was required to steer the ship through these rough waters. The previous captain was seasick, and I heard he was screwing the cabin boy in the poop deck. For the stupider viewers, it will be important to emphasize that this is not an invasion by a foreign force, especially if it was indeed funded by one. Rumors that Russia fueled my revolution are baseless, and those photos of me sunbathing with Putin are as photoshopped as they are erotic. You only need to subtly imply that resistance will be met with swift and bloody retaliation. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and images of tanks parked outside Parliament will speak 1,000,000. If there is any visible resistance on the streets, it is better to acknowledge its existence now, but imply that they are isolated instances that will be dealt with. There will be those who resist, who want to take us back into the past, but this
It's the
new
only
regime
fucking
is like a bullet.
place I could attack.
It only moves forward.
You dumb fuck.
Your short-term aim
And
is to
attack
enforce public order, so that in the long term you can control the masses without physical force. So in the material content of your speech, you will announce a curfew of the capital, shut down communications, and close all public buildings. Oh, and by the way, no leaving your home after 5. The internet will be inaccessible for the next 48 hours, so maybe try reading a fucking book once. But not from the library, because they'll all be shut.
No, don't do that. Now you're blocking me.
Fucking yeah, mate. That is
Okay,
sick.
thank you.
Congratulations!
Fucking
If you
yeah,
followed
mate.
every step to the letter, you are now the leader of your very own country. Commission some propaganda tunes, throw a party, and force everyone to enjoy it. And hey, make sure you have some fun yourself,
Okay.
because who knows how long all this is going to last anyway.
I need to take the red out of my...
Yeah, probably should have mentioned this earlier.
Shit,
but,
right.
Now that you've cooed, you have drastically increased the likelihood that someone will coup you. This is a phenomenon known in academic literature as the coup trap. You have started a precedent for any other power-mad scamp with similar aspirations to you. Lucky for you, coup-proofing, in the short term, is relatively simple. First, announce some populist economic policies. Bread for the poor, circuses for the simpletons, and natural resource extraction rights for powerful business figures, or for America if they funded your shit. If there's any generals or political figures on your team that look a little crown keen, I would advise murdering them immediately. Actually, sorry, you're the boss now, so these won't strictly be murders. They will be extrajudicial killings if you want to send a message, or unfortunate window-based accidents if you do not. If we're talking long-term strategy, you gotta face facts. Most regimes that begin with a brutal military uprising tend to have the longevity of a lab rat. The current crop of coup leaders who can sustain a multi-decade reign can be counted on one hand. President Ma Basogo of Equatorial Guinea has been in power since he couped his own uncle back in 1979, but he's been fighting off coup attempts ever since. President Museveni of Uganda has held on to office since his badass Bush War in 1986, but by the look of it, he'll probably die in his office, literally. You may know that Myanmar's 2021 coup started like this, but it's hardly been a song and dance since then. Months before, the country held a general election, where Aung San Suu Kyi's NLD won in a landslide, while the military-backed party performed poorly. The coup was a hissy-fit Hail Mary, which resulted in Aung San's arrest and the military's eventual takeover. While technically successful, 2021's coup is a textbook example of why coupping a country with a popular leader isn't worth the trouble. Since then, the country has been plagued by guerrilla warfare, sectarian violence, mass protests, strikes, and expensive suppression campaigns. Myanmar is a big country, full of brave, brilliant people.
What is he
who are
doing?
just done with the junta's shit. At the time of recording, only 15 global heads of state have earned their position through a coup d'etat. And 7 of those 15 have been in power for less than 3 years. With all this in mind, I reckon you've got 2 options for your post-coup success. The first option, pillage the country's coffers like a subway crackhead rifling through the pockets of a sleeping drunk. Set up shell companies in a British tax haven, embezzle state revenue, and transfer ownership of natural resource companies to your brother or wife, whoever you trust the most. Stay in power for a few years, then sail away on the presidential yacht with as much gold and hookers as it can carry. But most people never take my advice on this one. Power is addictive, apparently, and if Museveni and Mitch McConnell are any indicator, it might actually be some kind of life support system. So if you're dead set on keeping your claws on the crown, you should consider scheduling an election. Whoa. Yeah, okay, I get it. I know. But just hear me out, okay?
That's cringe, bro. Scheduling an election? Cringe.
The best way to avoid the coup trap is to subtly transition your military dictatorship into a democracy. The 2013 coup of Egypt ended in the resignation of the democratically elected Mohamed Morsi. He pushed forward with an unpopular Islamist agenda and mismanaged the economy, resulting in massive protests reminiscent of the ones that ousted previous President Mubarak 2 years prior. Defense Minister Abdel Fattah el-Sisi politely gave Morsi a 48-hour notice period, telling him to leave office. Morsi resisted, so el-Sisi booted him out with the help of the military he happened to command. Elections, though, were held the following year, and who won? Well, none other than the guy who'd done the coup in the first place. He's still in power now, and there hasn't been another military uprising since. When you think about it, winning an election in a country that you've just couped is really the ultimate power move. You took the country by force and won the hearts of the people. All you got to do is invade another country, and you'll have scored the geopolitical hat trick. Off the top of my head, I can only think of 3 people who've done the same. Julius Caesar, Napoleon, and, well, Saddam Hussein. Imagine your name among that illustrious company. Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings of Ghana's Air Force actually conducted 2 coups, one in '79 and one in '81, the second of which overthrew the civilian government that he himself had installed. But Jerry was a charming motherfucker.
Please, sing it in praise of Ghana and Africa, the black man.
What the fuck?
When Jerry transitioned Ghana into a democracy for the second time, he was elected president. And after he retired, he lived a life of luxury and national respect until his death in 2020. Since Jerry's election, Ghana has only endured 2 pathetic failed coup attempts, and it remains one of the only stable democracies in Western Africa. Out of all the coup leaders I've read about, Jerry has the best batting average. 2 expertly conducted coups and 2 landslide election victories. Now that is how you coup it.
I am confused by...
This is Democracy Manifest.
Democracy is dirty. But in some cases, it might be necessary for your survival. It legitimizes your rule in a way that a coup never can. Elections foster national unity and represent a fresh start that the people will always be thankful for. You have gifted them agency over their own destiny, an opportunity to build a better world for their children who will only know the previous generation's suffering as a story. And, you know, if it looks like you're going to lose the election, you can always rig it. Thanks for watching, grind those bastards down, and I'll see you next time.
Prosperity isn't about politics. Prosperity is about policies that help hard-working Americans. We shouldn't worry about...
The following is a video about artificial intelligence. If you've been anywhere on the internet for the last few months, you might believe that the AI apocalypse is upon us. CEOs, philosophers, and Italy have all imagined a future so scary that they've scared themselves. The Silicon Valley techno-priesthood claim they will create...
I want to see what this guy... Stateless crimes against space? What the fuck does it... What? No. What the fuck is this guy doing? Motherfucker. Why? Why would he do that? Alright, well, I got an enemy in fucking... Hopefully Blue actually keeps their treaties. Hopefully he's just going for South America. And he's not trying to break me. Alright. Let's go to my watch laters. Right.
This is world chess champion Garry Kasparov. Some consider him to be the greatest player of all time. Here he is in the midst of the final game of 6 against Deep Blue, IBM's revolutionary supercomputer. In a few seconds' time, Kasparov will realize his worst fears. There'll be no way for him to beat the machine. In this moment, the 21st century begins 3 years early. It is the start of the age of the algorithms. And if you pause right here, you can see the moment where his heart breaks. The machines are taking over. The 20th century was mostly quite optimistic about its mechanized future. It foresaw a world where our material needs, wants, and perverted urges would be fulfilled by an army of dead-eyed domestic automatons. Alas, we are a fifth of the way through the 21st century now, and we're still unclogging our own toilets, making our own meals, and rubbing our glands against our fellow flesh drones. But what the irradiated inhabitants of the previous century failed to foresee was the
No! What the fuck?
So what is an algorithm? At its core, an algorithm is a process, usually followed by a computer, through calculations or other problem-solving operations. And this is not artificial intelligence. And I'm hesitant to ever really use that phrase, because right now I think it's more of a sales pitch than it is an actual reality. Which is just as well, as an algorithm is much less likely to command an army of exoskeletons in some blue-tinted post-nuclear future to come crush your skull to dust. But they are starting to make these squishy nerve sacs in our skulls look obsolete. There are hundreds of different kinds of algorithms, but for conceptual clarity, I'll be splitting them into 2 distinct camps. Rule system algorithms and machine learning algorithms. Rule system
I got a
algorithms
10
are
trade right
relatively
now.
simple. They are a set of step-by-step instructions written by a human for a computer to follow. The 20th century was mostly quite optimistic about its mechanized
Why would he
future.
do that?
It foresaw a world where our material needs, wants, and perverted urges would be fulfilled by an army of dead-eyed domestic automatons. Alas, we are a fifth of the way through the 21st century now, and we're still unclogging our own toilets, making our own meals, and rubbing our glands against our fellow flesh drones. But what the irradiated inhabitants of the previous century failed to foresee was the rise of algorithms. So what is an algorithm? At its core, an algorithm is a process, usually followed by a computer, through calculations or other problem-solving operations. And this is not artificial intelligence.
Fuck.
And I'm hesitant
Blue
to
might
use
take
that
me out
phrase
right
because
here.
Right now, I think it's more of a sales pitch than it is an actual reality, which is just as well, as an algorithm is much less likely to command an army of exoskeletons in some
They might be able to
blue-tinted
take me out
post-nuclear
right here.
future
Fuck.
to come crush your skull to dust. But they are starting to make these squishy
Oh,
nerve
sick.
sacs in
Thank
our
you.
skulls look obsolete. There are hundreds of different kinds of algorithms, but for conceptual clarity, I'll be splitting them into two distinct camps: rule system algorithms and machine learning algorithms. Rule system algorithms are relatively simple. They are a set of step-by-step instructions written by a human for a computer to follow. They do not veer from the strict if-then formula they are given. Say I taught a rule-based algorithm to eat mayonnaise. It would follow every step of the instructions that I laid out for it. But if it encountered an obstacle I hadn't prepared it for, it would be stumped. No delicious egg paste for Mr. Algorithm. That's where the sexy and sophisticated machine learning algorithms come in. They too are given a goal to achieve, but they are given no direct path
For
to
Blue
its
to take me
completion.
out.
Rather, they
Blue
learn to
could
find
take
their
me out
solution
right now.
through data analysis. They essentially acquire this data through a process of repeated failure, running through a variety of solutions before arriving at their desired outcome. Machine learning algorithms are capable of solving complex problems, but because they work problems out for themselves, their process can be unpredictable, so they have to be written unambiguously to avoid undesirable or even disastrous interpretations of their goal. You remember Facebook? It's the place where your old school friends post racist rants and pictures of their poor life choices dressed in cute little outfits. Personally, I don't have a face page. I'm still on MySpace. Come back, guys. Me, Tom, and all your mid-2000s favorites are still waiting for you. But there's one thing on Facebook that's even more terrifying than the prospect of your ex-boyfriend's engagement announcement, and that's targeted ads. Most targeted ads are a little creepy, but ultimately harmless. They analyze your web history and deliver you products that they think you're interested in. And like adverts on TV and in other outdated forms of media, there are rules about misleading products or false claims. But Facebook have inexplicably made an exception for political ads. You can lie in them as much as you like. They can tell you that Brexit causes skin cancer or that Bernie Sanders sets fire to homeless people in his spare time. But what makes this particularly worrying is how good these algorithms are at targeting people who are going to believe these lies, as in some significant ways, Facebook knows you better than anyone you've ever poked. Remember poking? Simpler times. Researchers at Stanford and Cambridge conducted a large-scale study with 17,000 Facebook users. Using a standard psychometric questionnaire, they wanted to find out whether the Facebook algorithm knew you better than your friends and family. And as you might expect from my general tone of bemused nihilism, the machine won. Easily. Given access to your social media history, the algorithm only needed 70 likes to beat your roommate and only needed 300 to beat your spouse or partner. Incredible, considering a human being needs millions of likes and an
What the
RCA
fuck?
record deal before they can get away with beating their partner. This is significant because political groups who understand the algorithm can easily game the system, using it as a sort of gullibility funnel to pour bullshit down the throats of people who don't have a functioning gag reflex for propaganda. It's like being able to sell heroin outside the methadone clinic. Targeted ads and recommendation algorithms have the power to present us a version of the world that conforms to our tastes, but also to our preconceived biases. With each brick of data that we're giving to these companies, we're building our own personal little brain bunkers, protecting us from information that doesn't conform to our ideas of the world.
This story is becoming a nightmare.
What the fuck? Bro, I am so confused on what's happening. Like,
Every time you use Google Maps, withdraw money from a cash machine, or thumb through a parade of Tinder profiles, you're using an algorithm. The main purpose of these algorithms are to save us time and to replace processes that before would have required a lot of legwork and tedious human interaction. They're like cheat codes for real life, but they only make our heads extra large in a metaphorical sense. But like cheat codes, the more you use them, the harder it is to play the game without them. In June 2016, a man named Daniel Alley
Alright, maybe they're gonna go out. Yes.
And while this was hilarious, it's not an isolated incident. People have followed their GPSs into the desert, into the sea, and straight off cliffs. Wildlife coordinators in California national parks have even coined the term death by GPS to refer to people who have followed their phones all the way into the wilderness and straight out of the gene pool. This is a rather extreme example of how quickly we've adapted to letting algorithms do our chores for us. The irony is that when an algorithm is created that radically streamlines any process, it can lead to an overall reduction in human ability. In other words, our unconscious and enthusiastic adoption of algorithms threatens to turn us into code-dependent, grunting meat marionettes. And we can already observe this happening in small ways. It's why no one remembers phone numbers anymore, why it's difficult to orientate yourself without a GPS, or why I feel crippling anxiety whenever I have to interact with an actual human in a retail setting. But then who can blame us? When
motherfucker, bro, why the fuck did you do that?
One sport was impossible. Since 2012, police departments in America have been using Predpol. And while that sounds like a
I want to go
Daily Mail
shoot
headline
this
about a
person.
Polish grooming gang, it's actually a data analysis algorithm that can help predict crime. That's right, baby, we're only one swift Philip K. kick from a full sci-fi dystopia. So, how does it work? Well, it sounds crazy, but it's
If they don't move it out of there, I'm just gonna fucking slam into them. I don't give a shit. They're pissing me the fuck off.
And then it provides a geographical area where crime is likely to be committed next. Departments can then send their officers to the donut shop closest to the area, and therefore make patrols less scattered and more efficient. But some people suggest that Predpol and algorithms like it look less like Minority Report and look more like a Minority Report. There are some serious concerns that predictive policing could amplify already discriminatory practices by the police and could end up justifying surveillance tactics with an air of scientific objectivity.
So it's not focused on the individual, it's focused on the events themselves.
Although it does zoom in
it does
real
zoom
tight
in.
on people.
Not on people, on places.
Well,
right?
where they live.
Right, where they live.
Yeah, we're not watching you, we're just watching your house and everyone who comes in and out of it. Like most successful algorithms, Predpol is the closely guarded intellectual property of the company that designed it. And this is dangerous because it means that independent evaluations of their processes can't be made. Experts call this the black box problem, which is a bit like Schrodinger's cat, except we're not wondering whether the cat's dead or not, we just don't know if it's wearing a fucking
motherfucker.
This allows police departments to effectively outsource their moral responsibility to a machine, hiding behind the mystique of an apparently objective process that they probably don't understand either. We vigorously deny any accusations of racist policing. We're just doing what the algorithm told us. It's objective. It's science. Now everyone line up to get your heads measured. I'm seeing some pretty criminal-shaped craniums out there.
Fuck you.
We're increasingly relying on this technology every day, and if we can't independently scrutinize it, then we're going to be unprepared when it stops working. In 2008, Google released their flu trend algorithm. It recorded people's search terms for things like cough, phlegm, or firing indiscriminately out of both ends. It then mapped these searches geographically and found correlations.
Oh, I fucking fucked up. I was so frustrated. Fuck!
And for 3 years, it worked, outperforming the Center for Disease Control's detection by an average of 10 days. But then, something happened. Like someone who's unknowingly caught the norovirus on a long-haul coach trip, the algorithm shat its pants dramatically. A large flu outbreak occurred in 2013, so large that people all over the country were Googling flu-related symptoms whether they were ill or not. As a result, the algorithm massively over-predicted potential outbreaks. In a very real way, it had
I should have went boom, 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 and then moved that back up there.
Google killed the program, but its initial
Fuck!
success and ultimate failure poses a very interesting moral quandary when it comes to algorithms. These prediction and correlation algorithms are a bit like your girlfriend's irritating best friend. The more private information they get, the more powerful they become. Google Flu Trends failed partly because the data it was collecting was insufficient. If more sophisticated algorithms had access to things like our smart health devices or our financial transactions, then there's no telling what they could be capable of.
I got
They
good
may be able
dice
to
too, and then I
diagnose us
fucked
before
up.
we know we're sick. They could predict economic instability and manage food shortages. And this is the choice we must now all contend with. We can cede our privacy and make this technology more efficient, or we can throttle its effectiveness by hoarding our data.
That's my fault.
In many sectors, algorithms are becoming so efficient that they're actually threatening our jobs. In The Future of Employment, researchers Frey and Osborne predict that in the next 10 or 20 years, 47% of American jobs are in danger of being automated. So we all might need to start looking over our shoulder for Randy the redundancy robot.
Motherfucker demonetized.
Formerly safe professions are in the job terminator's crosshair too. Accountancy, advertisers, and especially people in retail. One silver lining is that the financial sector is already feeling the pinch, with the former CEO of Citibank predicting that there'll be 30% less jobs in banking in the next 5 years. Meaning at least one amusing sideshow of our dystopian future will be former bankers living on the street, wrestling one another for the last pot of industrial strength hair gel. Luckily there's no way an algorithm can make YouTube videos because there's no formula for what I do, right?
Hopefully they don't have any trades.
Progress can be a scary thing. We like to imagine it as a straight line, but more often than not, it resembles an exchange, because there will always be people who feel like they've been shortchanged by history. Algorithms offer a Faustian New Deal for our future. They present a world of efficiency, convenience, and collective intelligence, and in return, all they're asking for is a piece of your privacy, and perhaps your livelihood.
This is a terrible idea.
Everyone I've invited here could be responsible for murder.
Did you know LA Times called her Gen Z Sherlock Holmes?
You're afraid?
Terrified.
I hope that person doesn't have a 10 stack, because if so, I'm dead.
Greetings, weary traveler and the mast. I'll be your yogi on this journey, a journey to the center of Gaia. After my last video, I found myself suffering from a gnarly case of the nerd neck, so I decided to take up yoga. But despite spending several months in deepest Nepal, I never learned how to do it good.
Motherfucker!
Luckily, my spirit was contacted by this Instagram ad from Gaia, the world's leading yoga streaming service.
Gaia offers a platform for awakening to new truths and new ways of being, to discuss what it would mean to heal ourselves and our society.
According to the sacred texts, aka their latest SEC filings, they have over 700,000 paying subscribers. And for £8.50 a month, I'm now one of them. Quibi, with all its vertically framed Hollywood eye sponges and CGI succubi, only managed to keep 72,000 subscribers after their free trial ended. Turns out though, yoga is mostly just about stretching, breathing, and occasionally getting a third eyeful of someone's camel toe. If you want to get really far
I bet that
out,
this
the rest
game's
of Gaia's
full of
catalog
fucking
promises
noobs
to open
too.
your third eye
So it's just gonna
wide
drop
that
me
your
down in
frontal lobe will
ranking.
fall out.
Fuck.
Ancient Eastern cultures have
That's so
detailed
gay.
descriptions of energy centers in the
So
body
fucking
called
gay.
chakras. But is
I'm
there
pissed.
scientific evidence of chakras?
With over 8,000 videos centered on fringe science, conspiracy theories, and more alt medicine bullshit than you can shake a Reiki stick at, their streaming service is a one-stop shop for all your conspiratorial and reality-shunning needs. You know, when you get sick of just putting your fingers in your ears and going, eeeeee! Much like the ancient pyramids, Gaia's origins are more mysterious than they seem.
I'm out.
And it all starts with a tall, hairless figure from a faraway world known as the former Czechoslovakia.
I should have taken that person
Gaia,
out.
or Gaiam as it was previously known, was founded by its reclusive CEO, Jirka Rysavy. He owns a majority stake in the publicly traded company, but hasn't given an interview for over a decade. When you type his name into Google Images, all you get are these pictures of him with various celebrities from ages ago. And I'm not saying this guy is a human disguised as an alien, but I'm also not saying that. Once
oh,
an
what the fuck?
internationally
They were a
computed hurdler,
master?
He came to America in the early 1980s and settled in his new home of Boulder, Colorado. A beautiful mountainside town that was also a petri dish for the burgeoning human potential movement.
I'm pissed
Basically,
about that.
it's the town where all the hippies went to die. But unlike the rest of those long-haired layabouts, Jirka liked to make love and money. Since his arrival stateside, he has started multiple multi-million-dollar businesses, including a local Boulder organic food market, which he sold in the mid-1980s. With those profits and all 8 of his spirit arms, Jirka then acquired dozens of local office supply companies and merged them under his own, Corporate Express. By selling supplies to large companies in bulk, the company was making more than $3 billion in revenue by the mid-90s. However, the cost of all these acquisitions pushed the company into unprofitability. The stock price plummeted, and Jirka was ousted from his own company by shareholders in 1998. But much like when the Buddha finally ventured past his palace walls, or when Crash Bandicoot escaped Dr. Cortex's lab, that's when the adventure really began. While Jirka started Gaiam in the 1980s, by the turn of the millennium, he had turned it into one of the most recognized yoga supply brands in the United States. They also sold yoga instructional tapes on a little e-commerce upstart called Amazon.com, at one point outselling the Lion King. Using the power of foresight, Jirka then guided Gaiam through another series of corporate acquisitions. Even then, though, the company was daring to stretch yoga content to its absolute limit,
North America,
pioneering brave new genres like chair yoga, helping you align your back or helping you prepare to get it blown out.
Pak je ellebogen vast, leg je armen op de rugleuning. Laat je voorhoofd op je armen rusten. Je rug moet evenwijdig aan de grond zijn.
And if all that standing up sounds like a hassle, there's also desk yoga.
Hi, I'm Rodney Yee. Let's take a little break and get a little release to the upper and lower back. Cascade, the head and chest forward. Take your hands to the floor and just begin to release the head so you...
Our real enemy is time.
Damn. That sucks for them. I don't even know what...
That multivitamin you're taking every day?
What was that?
These generic brands would love for you to think that they can compile every little vitamin and mineral that you'd ever need into one horse pill that will solve all of your problems and cost under $10. What they're actually doing is taking every vitamin and mineral that you've heard of, finding the cheapest possible form of that ingredient, and lowering the dosages just enough where they can press it all together into one capsule. And this is enough to get us to buy. The good people who know that they need vitamins and minerals to be healthy, but also don't want to be this person, doing mountains of research, taking 30 pills a day, and using the giant daily pill holder. Now it's time for something different. At Umzu, we build custom vitamin and mineral formulas based around real issues. Each supplement contains just the ingredients that have been clinically tested and shown to help remedy the issue at hand. We also make sure to include clinically effective dosage.
First became known to the public in 1989 when a guy named Bob Lazar gave an interview claiming to have seen aliens and flying saucers while working there. And from there, Area 51 has moved well beyond the world of fringe conspiracy theories to become such a massive piece of pop culture that, despite its existence having been a state secret until 10 years ago, it's probably the only Air Force base that most people watching this could name off the top of their heads. Like, think about this. The X-Files, Twin Peaks, Men in Black, Fringe, National Treasure 2, Warehouse 13, Independence Day, and the first Transformers movie all reference it, and yet when they came out, the US government was insisting that there's no such thing as Area 51, and also stop asking. In fact, with Independence Day specifically, so the US military will lend out like tanks and jets and stuff to movies on the condition that they get control over the script to ensure that the movie is like sufficiently pro-war or whatever. The military actually pulled out of Independence Day at the last minute because Area 51 is in it. Like, oh sure, we could totally loan you some jets, just gotta check over the script to make sure there's nothing that could
Oh, I
hurt
forgot to
the
move the
US
3 in,
military.
fuck.
Let's see. Okay, the US intentionally bombing Houston. We totally would. Vietnam vet with PTSD. It's funny because it's true. Whoa, 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 whoa. Mentioning Area 51? That's a highly classified government secret. How do you know about that? But this wasn't just pop culture either. There was a lawsuit against the military that was able to produce hundreds of government documents referring to Area 51 by name. There were pictures of it taken by Soviet spy planes and American astronauts, all of which the military tried to suppress. Hell, on a clear night, you can go see it yourself from the peak of the nearby mountain.
Is he not moving out?
Did that in 2019. It's not that hard. And yet, despite all these people saying how this is obviously real, we can see it, the US government's response was still, no it's not, and no you can't. And this naturally raises the question, right? What actually is going on out there? Area 51 is a highly classified air base in the middle of the Nevada desert, a little more than 80 miles north of Las Vegas. It's part of the
where they keep the giants,
complex, historically home
because aliens aren't real.
Highly classified projects. These include its sister facility, the slightly less but still extremely classified Tonopah Test Range, as well as the Nevada Test Site, which is a place that had been established as an animal sanctuary in the 30s, but then was taken over by the Department of War in 1942. In 51, it was turned over to the Atomic Energy Commission, now just the Department of Energy, who got to work turning the land into the exact opposite of an animal sanctuary, a nuclear test range, where between the site's founding and the banning of nuclear testing in 1992, over 1,000 bombs were detonated. While this proximity to decades worth of nuclear tests might make the
open up so he can come out that way.
Real estate to you or I, that very fact, plus the surrounding mountains which served as a natural barrier, made it the ideal location for a secret base. And so, when the newly formed CIA was looking for a place to test the U-2 spy planes that they were planning to fly over the Soviet Union, they came to Nevada. In April 1955, a test pilot named Tony Levier was told to disguise himself as a hunter and get in an unmarked plane to survey locations. Out of the places he found, the CIA picked Groom Lake, a dry lake bed in the Nellis complex. The salt flat made for a perfect natural runway for planes, and its remote location ensured privacy for what they'd be testing there. While Area 51 was originally meant to be temporary, it soon became a permanent installation as more and more secret projects were tested there. Of these projects, the ones that we know of include multiple generations of stealth planes, development of unmanned drones beginning as early as the 60s, as well as foreign technology evaluation, which, as far as we know, mainly involved testing the capabilities of captured Soviet planes over at the Tonopah Test Range. Each of these programs also justified an expansion of the facility, to the point where now almost any images of the base feature huge amounts of construction materials. But beyond anything they've done or hidden there, what makes Area 51 so famous, and what in a lot of ways is its defining feature, is, ironically, its secrecy. And make no mistake, this is famous for very good reason. Like, the place is massive, and we know that at the very least, they have an airfield there that's well beyond state-of-the-art, along with all the infrastructure needed to support that. Think about the degree of social engineering and OPSEC needed to keep this base operating for almost 70 years without a single credible leak. To show you what I mean, let me tell you a story. Beginning in 1977, the pilots at Groom Lake were test flying a stealth bomber prototype codenamed Have Blue. It was built by Lockheed Martin at a facility in Burbank, California called the Skunk Works, which is where they built and developed all their secret government projects. Some of the people who we know flew these jets were Bill Park, Al Whitley, Ross Mulhare, and Ken Dyson, all members of the 4,450th Tactical Group, codenamed, this is real, the Goat Suckers. This is the actual patch that they wore, much more on that later. At least 2 Goat Suckers crashed while testing Lockheed's stealth bomber. Bill Park, whose landing gear failed to deploy, he ejected in time but was knocked unconscious and suffered serious injuries which left him unable to ever fly again. Ross Mulhare, on the other hand, was less lucky, dying in a fiery explosion when he crashed his plane into the side of a mountain about 15 miles northeast of Bakersfield, California.
Do you try to save the population of a dying world?
or burn it all with the intent of containing heresy? And what are your priorities? Acquisition of personal resources, or servitude to the Emperor? The Coronis Expanse is rich with enemies, allies, and everything in between. So think carefully about your choices, and be prepared to face their consequences. Available now on PC and consoles.
BK Royal Crispy Wraps. Eat it with the meal or have it as a snack. Only $2.99. It's a hunger hack and it fits in one.
Have Blue was built for DARPA's stealth program, which appropriately was and still is one of the US military's most secret initiatives. Lockheed would deliver the planes from Burbank to Groom Lake in disassembled pieces to maintain secrecy. And I know that this is going to sound obvious, but stay with me here. The logistics for shipping those disassembled parts had to be planned by someone. That someone had an office. That office had janitors. Until 2004, everything I just told you was classified well beyond top secret. That meant that the stealth program, the plane, the men who flew it, the death of Ross Mulhare and many more like him, and even those janitors, according to the US government, did not exist. And that's what we're going to be covering in this video.
Bro, I want that guy to move his 5.
But also the secrecy that surrounds it. When we talk about secrecy, we usually mean the thing that's being hidden. But instead, I want to look at secrets as secrets. Like, how does secrecy happen? How does it work? And so, in this video, we're going to talk about the dark geography of Area 51. Now, before we get into it, there are a couple things I want to address off the top. Firstly, you may have noticed that I haven't mentioned the most famous residents of Area 51. In this video, I'll only be using official sources, generally ones that have been previously classified, or in a couple of cases, some journalists who themselves have used primary sources in their reporting. This isn't going to be a video about aliens, or any of the conspiracy theories around Area 51. Not because those aren't important and worth talking about in their own right. They absolutely are. But I want to do something different here. But first, speaking of great journalism, let me quickly tell you about this video's sponsor, Ground News. While this video will be dealing with government secrets, it's worth noting that the private sector can be just as, if not way more sketchy. They also work together a lot, too.
I should have had more patience, but fuck it.
Anyways, now is a time when it couldn't be more important to stay informed. Especially since, while I fucking hate infographic activism and think that we should all touch grass more and get involved in real-world activism, that said, it feels like posting stuff online is an unavoidable part of being politically involved these days. And so the very least we can do is try to make sure that we aren't sharing misinformation. I'm as guilty as anyone of getting my news off of social media, but as I'm sure you know, that's one of the absolute worst places to get it, since not only do online platforms want to lock us into echo chambers,
at least they're going to take it out.
Outrage, these platforms
it seems like, unless if they're going to go boom and put it in.
Or can come under the ownership of people who love to actively share and amplify right-wing conspiracy theories. All this can lead to us having massive blind spots in the news that we consume. For example, did you know that the CIA has been working on developing its own AI? If you're part of my mostly left-wing audience, then probably not, since the story was mostly picked up by right-wing or centrist news sources. This might be a bit of a hot take, but I think that the left is kind of bad at covering AI. Like, there are tons of scams and tech bro dumbasses who will act like it makes creative work obsolete, which it obviously doesn't. But then I think that a lot of people on the left overcorrect and act like it's completely useless, which it definitely isn't either. Like, when we look at the way that the story was covered by left-wing outlets like the Daily Beast, while they are the only ones who correctly point out that this is probably a bad thing, the article seems more interested in making fun of how silly this is and doesn't even mention the more important issues like how we don't know where the CIA is getting the data set this AI will be trained off of, or the privacy issues surrounding that and just how the AI will be used in general. I'd also say that right-wing outlets do a better job at contextualizing this within the growing AI arms race between America and China. I've been using Ground News for a couple months now, and really like how I can use it to follow specific publications that I like, something that's become a lot harder to do since Meta has made it so that Canadians can no longer view Canadian news sources. At the same time, I can also use it to make sure that I stay up to date on the type of stuff that doesn't cross my usual feed. I really like the way it also shows who owns each news source, as well as this new feature that shows a direct comparison between how left, right, and center sources cover any given story. So go to ground.news/WeAreInHell by clicking the link in the description or scanning this QR code to get 40% off of their unlimited Vantage plan, or try out their Pro plan for less than $1 a month. Anyways, another thing I want to go over real quick is a common argument you'll sometimes see that's kind of become a bit of a meme, where people will say how anyone who believes in massive government conspiracies has clearly never been a project manager before. These people will point out how much logistics would be involved and how hard it would be to keep people quiet if they had, staged the moon landing or something.
Oh!
And while I'm not saying that the conspiracy theorists are actually correct here, this argument is straight up wrong. Military bodies, the US military in particular, are amazing at keeping secrets. Sorry to all the managers out there, but it's not really comparable unless the slackers on your team would face a minimum of 30 years in prison if your presentation doesn't go well. For better or worse, you don't get to feed Albert LSD and push him out a window if he doesn't do a good job on his part of the PowerPoint. The different levels of security clearance are shaped like a tree. The first three classifications, confidential, secret, and top secret, make up the trunk. This is where pretty much all leaks happen, usually only at very low levels, generally by politicians.
Ooh, only a 4
Secret and top secret leaks are unbelievably rare, pretty much just limited to the ones by Chelsea Manning, Edward Snowden, and the Pentagon Papers. After that, the tree starts to branch off into special access programs. These include what is officially referred to as extremely sensitive information, i.e. things like nuclear war protocols, or else, more commonly, sensitive compartmented information. Projects that, as the name suggests, are compartmentalized, meaning that, for example, a computer scientist and an engineer both working on building the same drone will never be in contact or know more than what's absolutely necessary about what the other one is doing. In terms of the US military, liberal estimates put the number of people on Earth who can see the entire tree at about 7, with conservative estimates saying 0, and I think that those ones are probably right. Anyways, in 2004, Have Blue, along with its younger next-gen sister plane Tacit Blue, were declassified at a ceremony at Edwards Air Force Base, which Area 51 is a remote detachment of. The ceremony was titled, Out of the Black, Into the Blue. The black they're referring to is what people in the military and intelligence call the black world.
Or they don't.
You know when people talk about the deep state using critical race vaccines to turn children into trans immigrants or whatever? While it's probably not doing that, the deep state is a very real thing. The black world is all the parts of the US military and intelligence that are classified, and as you can probably guess by the length of this video, it's very, very big. And in this video, we're gonna try to explore it. Now, I don't have enough money to afford the transportation and firepower needed to get into Area 51, link to my Patreon in the description. And so instead, you'll have to settle for what is nowhere near the next best thing, learning about it by thinking about the space of secrecy. In his book, Blank Spots on the Map, the artist and geographer Trevor Paglen, unsurprisingly, argues that one way to do this is by thinking about secrets geographically.
The blank spots on the map.
And by that, I don't mean like memorizing their capitals, but instead, if we stop looking at secrecy just as a quality or a practice, and instead see it as a thing in and of itself, then that means that it can be mapped and studied. This is obviously pretty tricky to do, since secrets, by definition, don't want to be noticed. But the thing is, that's actually where we're going to find our in. The problem with keeping something secret is that everything that exists leaves evidence in some form or another. And so a key part of secrecy is, of course, covering that evidence up. But it doesn't end there, since the cover-up also leaves evidence of its own, which requires more cover-ups on top of that. As soon as a state begins this process and classifies
hopefully that
something
person
as
doesn't.
secret, this cycle never ends. While I know that this seems obvious, it opens up a pretty interesting way of
how.
You see, as a secret gets bigger, the traces left
They go and
behind
break
get
me.
bigger too. And by collecting these
Bro,
traces,
why?
we can start to put together a sort of
What the
negative
fuck?
image of the secret, learning its shape but not its contents. To give you an idea of how secrecy spreads and what we can look for,
What are my
let's come
trades?
back to the story of Have Blue
Alright, I do
and
have
the
a 10
stealth
stack.
program. The planes that were being tested at Groom Lake were secret in every sense of the word, meant to be completely undetectable both in Soviet airspace and the defense budget. This may be a little bit overly poetic,
have a
but
10 stack,
I don't
that's
think that
good.
it's too much of a stretch to understand them almost as secrecy incarnate. And so, on July 11th, 1986, when Ross Mulhare took off from Area 51 at 0113 hours, secrecy traveled around 200 miles southwest. About half an hour after takeoff, Mulhare became disoriented in the night sky, and soon, secrecy was smeared
What are
across
they
the
doing?
side of the Sierra mountain range. From there, secrecy entered into the lives of the citizens of Bakersfield when military personnel arrived on the scene and made the first responders and witnesses of the crash sign binding oaths never to reveal what they'd seen that night. Or how about
Weird
the Skunk
play.
Works in Burbank, California, where the secret had been built and designed? 3 years after the crash, a potent cocktail of industrial secrets with names like carbon tetrachloride, perchloroethylene, and hexavalent chromium had seeped into the surrounding water, air, and soil, causing the bodies of Burbank's inhabitants to start developing
I might be able to
secrets of
make.
their own. I think it's very easy to either rationalize or at the very least accept the reality of secrecy when we think of it as being discreetly sealed away at remote government bases. These kinds of off-limit spaces that belong to the state but not its citizens can genuinely be justifiable. After all, I don't think that any reasonable person would argue that no government should ever be able to keep anything a secret. With that said, it's worth bearing in mind that by its very nature, secrecy always spreads. And when it does, very few people's lives have ever been improved by an unexpected run-in with the black world. Now, before we go any further, it's important to understand that things weren't always like this. And so, let's take a look at how secrecy took root and grew throughout the US military. That story begins with a bang.
This game is called Doomlings, and it's a card game about...
Is this gonna be about like Project? Is this gonna be about Project Manhattan? Or the Manhattan Project? I mean, not Project Manhattan. The
Well,
Manhattan
the
Project.
obviously wasn't the first time that the American military acted in secret. It was the first time that the US military had acted in secret on an industrial scale. The project was authorized by Roosevelt in 1941 and came in at a whopping $1.889 billion, $29.57 billion adjusted for inflation. At its peak, it employed around 130,000 people, which, to put that in perspective, was roughly the size of the US auto industry. All those people didn't just need labs or factories to work in, but also homes. This led to the creation of small communities with schools, churches, movie theaters, governments, and infrastructure. Sites were built all across America and Canada. The three largest of these, Oak Ridge, Hanford, and Los Alamos, required a total of 613,000 acres and the displacement of at least 5,000 people. All of this was kept secret not only from the American public and other governments, but also Congress and the courts as well. Given the size of the operation, even if they hadn't been able to build the bomb, just the secrecy that they were able to maintain on its own would have been a completely unprecedented accomplishment. To keep all of this secret, for one thing, the money had to be hidden. By 1944, hundreds of millions of dollars were mysteriously being sucked into unexplained line items in the federal budget with names like Manhattan Engineering District, Engineer Service Army, or just expediting production. All of this seemed extremely strange to a senator named Harry Truman, who, assuming that someone was stealing a fortune from the government, during wartime no less, began investigating. But the more Truman looked, the weirder it all got. Every lead he followed led him into a maze of bureaucracy and shell companies, ending in a dead end. Eventually, furious, Truman confronted the Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson, who told the senator that the money was going to a secret weapon on the orders of the president, and that Truman wouldn't be told anything more than that. It wasn't until he was sworn into office a year later that he finally learned about the bomb. Now, if you've seen Oppenheimer, first of all, I really liked it. Truman, who, assuming that someone was stealing a fortune from the government, during wartime no less, began investigating. But the more Truman looked, the weirder it all got. Every lead he followed led him into a maze of bureaucracy and shell companies, ending in a dead end. Eventually, furious, Truman confronted the Secretary of War, Henry L. Stimson, who told the senator that the money was going to a secret weapon on the orders of the president, and that Truman wouldn't be told anything more than that. It wasn't until he was sworn into office a year later that he finally learned about the bomb.
What the fuck?
If you've seen Oppenheimer, first of all, I really liked it.
I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet. I need to watch it.
Other than the ending going on way too long. But also, and I'm not trying to do a CinemaSins here, I don't see this as like a failure of the film, but just as someone who's interested in that time, one of the things that I kind of wish that they'd shown more was how new the scale of the secrecy was for the military. While it seems pretty normal by current standards, this was the first time that the Army had operated under these kinds of conditions on such a large scale. As Lieutenant General Leslie Groves, who oversaw the project, would testify at the Oppenheimer hearings, the Army as a whole didn't deal with matters of security until
I am
after
happy
the
about
atomic
this.
bomb burst on the world, because it was the first time that the Army really knew there was such a thing, if you want to be perfectly frank about it. And finally, there were the scientists, for whom secrecy wasn't only new, but the polar opposite of how they were used to working. It's a bit ironic, then, that
I don't want to unlock a stack,
project wasn't Roosevelt's idea,
but I don't want to attack.
In a sense, the real star of the Manhattan Project was on August 2nd, 1939, when Albert Einstein and Leo Szilard sent a letter warning the president of the potential dangers of nuclear bombs.
After I get established, yeah. And they're like, oh shit, he's actually a big hitter now.
In order to prevent a nuclear Germany. 5 months earlier, on March 16th, the day after Hitler invaded Czechoslovakia and triumphantly declared on the radio that the country had ceased to exist, Szilard met with a small group of physicists at Princeton. All the men there had two key things in common. They all understood the danger of nuclear weapons and were all European Jews. When Szilard explained his plan for the letter, they agreed. except for one holdout, Niels Bohr. One of the fathers of quantum theory, famous for discovering how electrons orbit the nucleus of an atom, and also for being the guy who, in the Christopher Nolan movie Oppenheimer, says proved Einstein wrong, and also he almost poisoned him at the beginning. Bohr was against the idea of conducting nuclear research in secret, arguing that, quote, secrecy must never be introduced into physics. And while I think that you can absolutely make a valid argument against him here, this wasn't just a matter of him being naive. Something you have to understand is that Bohr didn't just view quantum physics as a science, but also as a moral philosophy. He gave lectures arguing that racism was wrong because, for Bohr, it literally went against the basic structure of the universe. Again, Bohr was not naive. As a Jewish progressive and one of the first people on Earth to learn about the discovery of nuclear fission, it would honestly be hard to find someone who was more aware than Niels Bohr was of what an existential threat a nuclear Germany represented. But nevertheless, he was still against secrecy, arguing that once it's allowed, it would become a slippery slope that'd be almost impossible to come back from. Furthermore, he claimed that science, when kept secret, will always wind up as a weapon used to enable the worst impulses of those in power, something that, for Bohr, the Nazis were a perfect example of. At Princeton, the physicists argued throughout the night, ultimately ending by agreeing to disagree. For Bohr, the whole argument was moot anyways. He pointed out that to make a bomb, they'd need lots of the uranium isotope U-235, which it would be impossible to get, since Bohr calculated that it'd take the largest plant in America over 26,000 years to produce a single gram of the stuff. He told the physicist Edward Teller that it could never be done unless you turn the United States into one huge factory. About a month after the meeting, despite his colleagues in America asking him to stay, both to help on the Manhattan Project as well as just for his own safety, Bohr returned to Denmark to maintain his institute in Copenhagen, which for the next 3 years he ran as a safe haven for Jewish scientists throughout Europe. Then, in August 1943, Germany dissolved the Danish government and instituted martial law. Bohr soon learned that he was going to be arrested, so he and his family fled to Sweden and, using every last bit of money and influence he had left, brought over 6,000 Jews with him, saving their lives. From Sweden, Bohr and his family eventually found their way to England and then America, where he was brought into the Manhattan Project. After seeing the effects that secrecy and compartmentalization were having on his fellow scientists at Los Alamos, as well as the scale of the whole project, Bohr spoke to Edward Teller again, saying, "You see, I told you it couldn't be done without turning the whole country into a factory. You've done just that." Now, like I said, there is a good case that you could make against Bohr, especially at that meeting in 1939, when, based on the information they had, I don't think that it was unreasonable to say that while
we are doing like a
secrecy in
deadliest
science
trap
may be bad,
on Pink
if
right
it
now.
meant that Hitler wouldn't make a nuclear bomb, then that's a compromise that's probably worth making. We'll never know if keeping nuclear research secret played a crucial role in preventing the Nazis from winning the war. But with that said, literally everything Bohr predicted came true. The Manhattan Project didn't just create the atomic bomb, but also the Black World. All the secrecy that was originally only meant to be a temporary wartime measure soon became standard procedure. In 1944, when the Manhattan Project was drawing to a close, Bohr began lobbying the American and British governments to develop a post-war nuclear policy that would serve as a return to scientific openness. At this point, the original justification for the secrecy was gone. The Germans were being pushed out of France, and there was no way they had the resources to make a bomb, even if they knew how. But it didn't matter. Secrecy had become the new normal, and so, rather than listen to him, Churchill and Roosevelt both decided that for advocating openness and cooperation, Bohr should be placed under investigation for treason. While secrecy had, of course, existed before this, previously, programs would be declassified by default, with secrecy needing to be justified. Now, the opposite was becoming the case. All information on nuclear weapons
Ooh,
was
smart
born
move
classified,
by him.
and the onus was now on those who argued for transparency to justify declassifying something rather than keep it secret. The factory that America had become wasn't going anywhere.
Here at Butte Auto, every new and pre-owned vehicle comes standard with Butte Auto Care, a 1-year prepaid maintenance plan. It's important to us
I
to
should
go
have
above
kept
and beyond
that
for our
there.
customers. To learn more about Butte Auto Care, check it out at butteauto.com.
You gonna card trap me?
Seems like every day was somehow better than before. Yeah. And oh, I shouldn't say it, but I'm infatuated. 'Cause what we've cultivated, I can't deny the foot. But we keep going up and up like fireworks. Alive the 1st of January. It's unbelievable how bright we burn. So hard it hurts. We're legendary. And oh, all the times what we become. It's almost scary. We're getting too extraordinary. Now we're extraordinary. Now we're extraordinary. Put us on display in some pretty glass booth. Me and you in the loop, right next to Mona Lisa. And the whole world.
So you gonna card trap me again? Fuck!
I know I shouldn't say it, but I'm so captivated. 'Cause what we've cultivated, I've never seen before. We keep going up and up like fireworks. Alive the 1st of January. It's unbelievable how bright we burn. So hard.
And then if I move that, then he.
It's almost scary. We're getting too extraordinary. Now we're extraordinary. How do we do it? Guess it's the burden that we carry. I know it's scary. Being extraordinary is healthy. Legendary. Baby, you know it. And we keep going up and up like fireworks. Alive the 1st of January. It's unbelievable how bright we burn. So hard it hurts. We're legendary. No.
Fuck,
So
bro.
that was all
This is
pretty
fucked.
grim, eh? Figured we could take a little break from all that dark and depressing stuff to talk about something cheerier. For example, this poster. So on January 25th, 2017, members of the activist group Stop Deportation plastered hundreds of these posters over all the ads on trains on the London Tube. They specifically chose the Piccadilly line, which goes to Heathrow Airport, where those deportations were taking place. This poster is an example of what Claire Birchall calls the aesthetics of the secret. In a paper by that name, she makes a case for thinking about secrets as secrets, but rather than seeing the secret through the lens of geography like Paglen, Birchall argues that we should think about secrets as art. In a sense, secrets are the perfect aesthetic objects in that, by definition, they resist being intellectualized. Their meaning is very intentionally hidden from us.
Fuck,
Since we
he's
don't
card
know
blocking
what
me.
they are, we can only evaluate them on a vibes-based level, thinking about them emotionally and aesthetically. This, Birchall argues, makes them ideal for political organizing. Like, it's kind of odd how okay with secrecy people will often be when literally, the only thing that we can know about a state secret is that it's information that is intentionally being kept from us. Like, we are very literally involved, and in a way that we shouldn't necessarily be okay with. The Stop Deportation posters are a perfect example of how effective this can be. Think about that line. 50 people will be taken to Nigeria by force in secret on 31st of January. What exactly does the word secret mean here? Like, the UK deportations are very literally not secret. Not just because that sign tells the reader about them, but also because British politicians have actively collaborated with the media, televising raids of deportations to show how hard they are on immigration. In fact, in a recent video, Tom Nicholas talks about how the Tories are currently bragging about how they're forcing asylum seekers to live on overcrowded prison barges. But
This guy's
it's not
good.
like the sign is lying either.
This guy is
There
good.
are lots of aspects of these deportations that are completely
Card
opaque.
locked me.
For instance, we don't know much about these people, who they are, what they're trying to flee from, and most of all, how they're being treated. Especially since these deportations are done in a partnership between the British government and private airlines and security companies. Part of the effectiveness of these posters, then, is that they include the people who see them in something that it'd be very easy to think doesn't involve them. After all, why is it exactly that they aren't allowed to know more about these deportations? For Burchell, this aesthetic of the secret is most useful when it's being used to highlight something that's a known unknown, showing the limits of what we're allowed to see or know. It sounds almost more like creating an artwork than doing journalism. And two artists who do an amazing job of this are Jill Magid and Trevor Paglen. Magid is an American artist who's worked a bunch throughout Europe. I'd affectionately describe her work as batshit high concept. For example, one project called Evidence Locker is a collection of videos of her in Liverpool taken by CCTV cameras, where she did things like calling the cops and having them guide her through the city with her eyes closed.
What?
Yeah, that's fine. Looks great. I'll try and zoom in a little bit. There's quite a few people around, you know?
To get the footage, Magid had to fill out request forms, which she decided to write in the style of love letters. In another one called Lincoln Ocean Victor Eddy, she struck up a conversation with a New York City cop, started hanging out with him a bunch, and eventually got him to agree to let her shadow him on his patrol. Lincoln Ocean Victor Eddy also spells out love in, like, police code. Yeah, a lot of her work takes fuck the police in a strange direction. The work of Magid's that I'm most interested in here, though, is one called the Spy Project. So, in the Netherlands, there's a law where government agencies have to spend a certain amount of their budgets on art. And so, when the Dutch Secret Service, AIVD, was building a new headquarters, they made the amazing mistake of hiring Jill. Her assignment was to, quote, give the AIVD a human face, which she took very literally by spending the next 3 years interviewing literal secret agents, and then produced a series of art installations that are just physical descriptions of those agents. Apparently, when the AIVD found out what she was doing, her boss told her that they couldn't show the work since it could put their agents in danger, saying that she could, quote, burn their faces. Magid was like, okay, word, and then displayed the work anyway in The Hague in 2008 and then the Tate Modern in 2009. She named the series of descriptions, I Can Burn Your Face.
I can burn your face.
I'll be honest, I've never been a...
Yeah, my best move right here is to just stay stacking up people. Fuck. This is no good.
Fan of the whole cursive neon lights look, but this is so wild that I have to make an exception here. That's nuts. As for Trevor Paglen, this is kind of weird, but while I was writing this video, he actually came to Toronto, where I live, to give a talk, which I went to, and after, I very normally went up to him and explained that I'm a YouTuber and had spent the last month going over basically all of his work, and got him to agree to an interview with me. So, I mean, do you want to just, like, introduce yourself really quickly first? Tell people sort of who you are and what you do?
Hi, my name is Trevor Paglin, and I'm an artist, but I mean that in a pretty expansive sense. So I do a lot of stuff other than, you know, putting stuff on walls.
So Trevor's underselling himself a bit here. I describe a lot of his early work as basically photographs of things that you aren't supposed to photograph. For example, he did this series called The Other Night Sky, where he took all these pictures that look like they could be default Mac backgrounds, right? Except, you see these lines? Those are spy satellites that the US government claims don't exist. He's also photographed CIA black sites all over the world, as well as, of course, Area 51. Oh, and here are some photos of the undersea cables that carry the internet across the ocean. These ones are also tapped by the NSA.
You might have to learn how to scuba dive.
Lately, he's been branching out into sculptures. For example, here's a cube he made out of the radioactive glass that was created during the Trinity test, now being displayed in the Fukushima nuclear exclusion zone. Oh, and here's the orbital reflector, a piece of installation art that you can see in lower orbit around the Earth.
Are you sick and tired of watching your cash burn away from rising utility costs? Stick with me for the next 30 seconds, and I'll reveal the little-known secret of how homeowners are breaking free from rising power bills with the new Massive Money Savings Program and going solar for nothing up front. Hi, my name's Dusty, co-founder of Pure Light Power, a locally owned solar company.
Trevor Paglin's Orbital Reflector is the first satellite to launch into low Earth orbit purely as an artistic gesture, serving no military, commercial, or scientific interests.
Orbital Reflector is a work of art that takes the form of a satellite. Goes up into space, it shoots out the side of the rocket, and that brick shape opens up. Inside is a giant reflective balloon. That balloon inflates to the shape of a giant diamond. As the spacecraft travels over the Earth, it reflects sunlight. When it reflects that sunlight down, it appears as a point in the sky, slowly moving across the night sky.
I think that his work is unbelievably cool, and if you'd like to see me nerd out over him, you can watch the hour-long interview on my Patreon. One of the things I really like about Paglin's photos of secrets, though, is how, in a lot of ways, the real subject of them is secrecy itself. For instance, with these pictures of secret bases, while I do find some of them extremely visually striking, these aren't particularly good representations of the thing that they're supposedly documenting. Or look at these ones of various bases on the Nellis complex. I don't know if you could really call these good pictures in the traditional sense of the word, but that's kind of the point. Unless you have a satellite or a spy plane, these are the best pictures that it's possible to get. And that way, the graininess and distortion is essentially the real subject of the picture. These aren't photos of Area 51. They're photos of how hard Area 51 is to photograph. Now, let's get back to the history by jumping to July 1947, when the United States Congress signed the CIA into existence with the National Security Act. In a pretty radical departure from how things are now, this actually wasn't a completely popular idea. Given recent memories of how the SS and Gestapo had turned out, many lawmakers weren't too keen on the idea of the president having what amounted to a peacetime secret police. One of the biggest of these opponents was Truman's own Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, who pointed out that if the CIA was created, then, quote, neither the President, the National Security Council, nor anyone else would be in a position to know what it was doing or to control it. These concerns were soothed, however, by future Secretary of Defense James Forstall, who promised that the CIA would never conduct any secret operations. Also, the future CIA director and eternal scion of Beelzebub, Allen Dulles, promised Congress that the CIA would never consist of more than a couple dozen people throughout the United States and a certain number of people abroad. Very chill, no big deal, definitely no need to worry about how many a certain number is. But these very obvious lies were all Truman needed to hear to sign the National Security Act into law. Now, If the use of words like a couple dozen and a certain number make you worried that this is all getting a bit too specific, I mean, how is the CIA supposed to function if it's chained down with that kind of red tape? Well, don't worry. Section 102 of the National Security Act outlines the responsibilities of the CIA. It mostly covers the type of stuff you'd expect for a secret intelligence agency, you know, gather intelligence, advise the National Security Council, coordinate operations, assist other agencies however they need to, and one final thing. Line 5 of the CIA's directive simply reads that they are to perform such other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting the national security as the National Security Council may from time to time direct. That line lays out the vast majority of what the CIA actually does. The National Security Act was signed into law in July of 1947, and before the end of that year, other functions and duties had come to mean waging a secret war against the Soviets and intervening in Italy's election to prevent a communist from winning. And that was just the start. The following year, the National Security Council secretly issued Directive NSC 10-2, which created the Office of Policy Coordination and authorized the CIA to conduct, and I quote, propaganda, economic warfare, preventive direct action, including sabotage, If the use of words like a couple dozen and a certain number make you worried that this is all getting a bit too specific, I mean, how is the CIA supposed to function if it's chained down with that kind of red tape? Well, don't worry. Section 102 of the National Security Act outlines the responsibilities of the CIA. It mostly covers the type of stuff you'd expect for a secret intelligence agency, you know, gather intelligence, advise the National Security Council, coordinate operations, assist other agencies however they need to, and one final thing. Line 5 of the CIA's directive simply reads that they are to perform such other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting the national security as the National Security Council may from time to time direct. That line lays out the vast majority of what the CIA actually does. The National Security Act was signed into law in July of 1947, and before the end of that year, other functions and duties had come to mean waging a secret war against the Soviets and intervening in Italy's election to prevent a communist from winning. And that was just the start. The following year, the National Security Council secretly issued Directive NSC 10-2, which created the Office of Policy Coordination and authorized the CIA to conduct, and I quote, propaganda, economic warfare, preventive direct action, including sabotage, anti-sabotage, demolition and evacuation measures, subversion against hostile states, including assistance to underground resistance movements, guerrillas and refugee liberation groups, and support of indigenous anti-communist elements in threatened countries of the free world. Or, in other words, other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting the national security. Not only that, Directive 10-2 also instructed the CIA that its covert operations should be, quote, so planned and executed that any U.S. government responsibility for them is not evidence, and that if uncovered, the U.S. government can plausibly disclaim any responsibility for them. Essentially, they were told to conduct their missions in such a way that if they were caught, the president would be able to lie and claim to have not known about them. Also interesting is that while all of this was happening, the CIA didn't even have a budget yet. But not ones to let something as trivial as that get in the way of a good coup. They got their funding from
how the fuck?
Nondescript line items in the Pentagon's budget. Not to worry though. This was all fixed in 1949 by the Central Intelligence Agency Act. Oh, also by fixed, I mean made so much worse. The act gave the CIA a seal of office, laid out employment and hiring conditions for their employees, which, wouldn't you guess, were unbelievably lax. But most importantly, the bill officially wrote the black budget into law. This is actually kind of nuts, though. The bill didn't state what the black budget would be. Instead, it said this. The report does not contain a full and detailed explanation of all of the provision of the proposed legislation in view of the fact that much of such information is of a highly confidential nature. However, the Committee on Armed Services received a complete explanation of all features of the proposed measure. The committee is satisfied that all sections of the proposed legislation are fully justified.
Fucking douche. I might just take third because that guy pissed me off, but I don't know. I've been losing too much.
I want to be fair here. While I would disagree, I can see that there may be a logic to not making the actual budget publicly known. But this meant that Congress was going to be voting on a bill that they weren't allowed to know the contents of. And this wouldn't be the last time that happened either. Included in the bill was a provision that said that the CIA's funding would be completely exempt from congressional oversight. The way that this would work is that from then on, the CIA's funding would be hidden inside the budgets of other random government agencies. That means that if this bill was made into law, then Congress would never again know the true purpose of any budget for anything they ever voted on. The House passed it 348 to 4. Now, it's beyond the scope of this video to do a full history of all the sketchy stuff the CIA got up to with this blank check they'd been handed. Definitely look into that though, because those guys are messed up. If you're looking for a good place to start, check out this video by Chill Goblin. But for now, let's just talk about a couple of incidents that led the American government to wonder if maybe they'd screwed up somehow. The first had to do with Laos, where throughout the 60s and 70s, Congress and the American public gradually came to learn that the CIA had been waging a secret war there for around 20 years. Not only were they spending over $300 million a year there, maintaining a secret army of 36,000 soldiers who were getting up to just so many war crimes, but also the CIA's airline, Air America, which had become one of the largest in the world, had a little problem where its pilots were...
I don't get why the fuck that guy had to be such a fucking cunt.
Ship, you guessed it, heroin. When Senator Alan Ellender from the Appropriations Committee was asked about this, he eloquently replied, "It was not, I did not know anything about it. I never asked to begin with whether or not there were any funds to carry on the war in this sum the CIA asked for." I love the smell of flop sweat in the morning. Anyways, in 1971, Congress stood up to the CIA for the very first time and cut off funding for the war in Laos. To be clear, this did not stop the CIA from continuing operating in Laos, but maybe we can give Congress some participation marks for at least trying to stand up to them. Another big yikesy for the CIA was just around the corner, though. Stop me if you've heard this before, but in 1972, Washington police arrested a group of men who were caught breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate Hotel complex. Among them were James McCord, Bernard Barker, Eugenio Martinez, Frank Fiore, and E. Howard Hunt, all of whom had pretty serious connections to the CIA. Now, much smarter people than me have spent decades debating to what extent the CIA was involved in Watergate, if it was at all. That said, one of the few rules that the CIA was supposed to abide by was not targeting Americans. Historically, that hasn't worked out too well, but this is all to say that regardless of whether or not the burglars were working for the agency or just Nixon himself, the fact that these 5 guys were there at all caused the press and then Congress to start asking all sorts of questions about how the CIA was being run. I'm not gonna go through the whole Watergate scandal here, by the way. There's like 1,000 movies and shows about it, plus I just went through the whole Manhattan Project. I think this is enough. What is worth noting, though, is that, first of all, the outrage this sparked caused Congress to actually start placing limits on the president and CIA. In 1973, they overruled Nixon's veto on the War Powers Resolution, which made it so that the president would have to consult them before doing a military. Also, in December 1974, they passed the Hugh Ryan Amendment, which made it so that the president would have to issue reports on all covert operations. Interestingly, though, at the same time, the CIA was getting hate from the executive branch as well. Basically, the director of Central Intelligence, Richard Helms, had been reluctant to suppress the FBI's investigation into Nixon. He still did it after Nixon blackmailed him, but because of that, old Tricky Dick was like, fuck these guys, fired Helms and replaced him with James Schlesinger. On his way out, Helms destroyed as many records as he could get his hands on, which, as director of the CIA, was a lot. Like, being able to get your hands on records is like most of what that job entails. And so Schlesinger essentially walked in on his first day to see a sweaty Richard Helms pushing a folder marked MK Ultra into a shredder. He'd been ordered by
anyone
Nixon
gonna
to
fucking
turn the
kill him?
CIA upside down, which essentially meant transform it from an evil, secretive, completely unaccountable organization into an evil, secretive, completely unaccountable organization who'd suppress an FBI investigation against the president without needing
Nobody?
Schlesinger did this by firing over 1,000 agents, which made him so unpopular at the agency that when his portrait was hung in the lobby, a hidden camera had to be installed to stop people from defacing it. As you may have guessed, Schlesinger didn't last long at this post. After a job well done cleaning house at the CIA and discovering a disgusting amount of illegal activity while he did it, Nixon promoted Schlesinger to Secretary of Defense, and his Deputy Director of Operations, William Kobe, became the new DCI. A veteran of both World War II and Vietnam,
I don't know if I'm
Kobe
going to be
was
able to win
definitely
this.
more known for the
I definitely
latter,
just have
where
to
he oversaw the Phoenix program,
keep
which the CIA
calm,
described
not
as,
make
quote,
any-
a set of programs that sought to attack and destroy the political infrastructure of the Viet Cong. That set of programs included assassinations, death squads, kidnappings, secret prisons, and torture. When questioned about it at his swearing-in ceremony, Kobe estimated that the program was directly responsible for the deaths of over 20,000 people. So, you know, not a great guy. This made it all the stranger that when Gerald Ford had his VP Nelson Rockefeller conduct a series of hearings investigating misdeeds by the CIA, Kobe was shockingly open about the horrible shit the agency had gotten up to. See, the Rockefeller hearings were very clearly for show, a move by Ford to direct heat away from the White House and towards the CIA without actually having to go after the CIA either. In the hearings, Kobe revealed so much that the vice president actually pulled him aside and said, "Bill, do you really have to present all this material to us? We realize that there are secrets that you fellas need to keep, and so nobody here is going to take it amiss if you feel that there are some
Bro, I
questions
hate this
you can't
person.
answer
They're
quite as
watching the
fully
fucking
as you
game
seem
after-
to feel you have to."
This winter, don't forget to use Lucid Mode. In the Opera web browser, whenever you switch on Lucid Mode, you get clearer, sharper videos, just a better viewing experience. Download Opera with Lucid Mode.
Now, before we give Kobe the award for most based war criminal, it's important
Most
to understand
based
where
war
he was
criminal.
coming from here. Prior to joining the military, Kobe had worked as a lawyer at father of the CIA, William Donovan's law firm, where he defended massive corporations from antitrust suits. Something he'd learned in his lawyer days was that stonewalling didn't work. Instead, it was best to be forthcoming with information while being sure to frame said info in such a way that the client came off looking good. Kobe was trying to do the same thing here. While many in the government and intelligence thought that he was destroying the CIA, in reality, Kobe saw openness as the only way to save. All this reveals one of the most common misconceptions about state secrecy: the idea that revealing secret wrongdoings is an effective way to stop them. In reality, when an illegal classified program is brought to light, more often than not, the response isn't to end the program, but to make it legal. This is honestly a depressingly reasonable case against whistleblowing. And while I do definitely think that it is still good to reveal these kinds of secret activities, to me, this does show that simply revealing them isn't enough. But with that said, one massive counterpoint to that argument is the fact that Kobe's plan made some very powerful people furious. Richard Helms claimed that by revealing the CIA's methods to Congress, Kobe had violated his responsibility as DCI, going so far as to compare Kobe's actions to the Allies raiding the Nazis' secret intelligence after World War II, which is kind of telling how the CIA are the Nazis in that metaphor, eh? Ford agreed with Helms, though, and shit-canned Kobe as part of his 1975 Halloween massacre, replacing him with George Herbert Walker Bush. Now, throughout all of this, one of the key questions at stake, both for the Rockefeller Commission and the Church Committee, had to do with whether or not the CIA's budget should be classified. See, one of the problems with the CIA's funding being exempt from Congress was that, in addition to them using it to fund a whole bunch of secret wars and just wildly unethical programs.
Beautiful.
The black budget was also more than a little bit unconstitutional.
I just had to play the waiting game.
Section 1, Article 9, Clause 7 of the U.S. Constitution requires the government to publish a record of all spending, and given the shit the CIA had been getting up to, both the Church Committee as well as the much more lax Rockefeller Commission agreed that they should probably start following the rules by, at the very least, showing their receipts. The intelligence community wasn't having it. Putting aside their differences, Helms, Kobe, and Bush all testified to the Church Committee that the black budget should stay hidden. And when I say this, literally no one was calling for the release of sensitive information on exactly how all the money was being spent, which is what the Constitution actually requires. They were literally just calling for them to report the total amount spent. All three DCIs agreed that releasing the grand total wouldn't affect anything, but still opposed it, claiming that it was a slippery slope. Oh sure, right now you're just asking us to release the budget, but where does it end? Who knows what laws we'll wind up having to obey? That's not even much of an exaggeration. Here's how Bush Sr. put it. I have concluded that one figure, standing alone, is all but meaningless. But this meaningless figure will inevitably lead to a demand on the part of some for more detail. I worry about the whittling away process that might take place. I hope this committee will resist the urge to move towards accommodation by revealing the budget figures. The demand will not cease. Jeez. I feel like no matter where you stand on this issue, anyone should be infuriated by the attitude they had here. This shouldn't be called an accommodation. They talk about it as if they're granting a privilege to a spoiled child instead of literally being asked to follow the law. Thankfully, Congress also found the slippery slope argument to be completely ridiculous, and so, with popular support on both sides of the aisle, they pushed back against the intelligence community and won. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. As usual, the bad guys won and the budget stayed secret. This isn't the end of the story, but from here, it gets a lot less climactic. In 1998, a successful Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against the CIA forced the disclosure of the budget, $26.7 billion, or $34.9 billion adjusted for inflation. But then, the next year, the CIA was like, psych, fuck you, and the budget went black again. In 2004, the 9/11 Commission published their report and called for the release of the budget, arguing that the degree of secrecy and compartmentalization that the intelligence community operated under had contributed to their failure to prevent the attack. And thanks to this, in 2007, the number was released, $43.5 billion, or $55.9 today. But from that point on, the legal state of the black budget gets a lot murkier. For one thing, the president can, at any time, reclassify it by issuing a memorandum. But also, the 2007 ruling only declassified the National Intelligence Program and not any other programs, like, for instance, tactical intelligence and related activities or the Joint Military Intelligence Program. Since then, there's been a constant equally
Oh,
bipartisan
shit.
refusal by whoever's in the White House. And the thing to keep in mind here is that every intelligence official who's addressed this has made it clear that these numbers don't reveal anything on their own. And so releasing them wouldn't pose a risk. The reason that they're secret is to send a message. The US military does not want a world where the basic facts of what they do can be accessed by people like you or I. They even see something as simple as being able to look up how much money they spend as a dangerous first step. And so,
I want to talk to you about something that has been such a major part of my life for the past 50 years. It's photography. If you're a
I decided to do just that. Let's do some digging and see how close to the black budget we can actually get. You can download the Department of Defense's budget at comptroller.defense.gov. Now, I have no idea what I'm really doing here, so I might have messed something up. If you spot something, please correct me in the comments. I don't know why I said that, as if commenters are usually shy about that sort of thing. Who will me? I'm too nervous to correct an inaccuracy in a video essay. I'm just gonna leave a little comment about how watching this video is like ordering Curtis Connor on Wish.com. But anyways, from there, I started by going through each spreadsheet and finding the obvious stuff. A bunch of classified programs are straight up listed in the budget. The project number that they're all listed under is just a bunch of 9s, which makes it super easy to find them all. After that, I Control F'd around a bit, looking for words like classified or special, and found a few more. From there, I started really digging, which I did in the least efficient way possible. I started by skimming through the thousands of line items in these spreadsheets, looking for anything that seemed weird. As much as things like soldier lethality advanced technology or long-range kill chains may sound absolutely fucked, the goal was to find things that really didn't give anything away. Programs that consisted of just like 1 or 2 random words, usually in all caps. Things like pilot fish, retract larch, retract juniper, chalk eagle, chalk coral, link palmyria, link evergreen, the list goes on. From there, I found the justification books and cross-referenced everything I'd highlighted to check if they were actually classified. The secret stuff, like the ones I just mentioned, all look something like this. At this point, I realized what I should have been doing all along and just started searching all of these books for words like classified, secret, special, compartmented, and Title 10, which refers to the law requiring them to disclose certain classified info to Congress. Something interesting I found while doing this is that a bunch of the really weird-sounding projects like Javelin or my personal favorite, Teleport program, actually aren't that interesting. Javelin is just a type of missile, and the Teleport program is actually a new kind of fiber optic cable that they're working on. Meanwhile, a lot of really boring looking stuff is in fact extremely classified. Things like assessments and evaluations, senior leadership enterprise, or just modification of aircraft.
Is he gonna come into
here? Something else I learned while working on this, did you know that the plural of aircraft is aircraft? Like, aircrafts isn't a word. Crazy. What other grammatical secrets are they hiding from us? Another interesting thing is that each spreadsheet is for a different kind of expense. And something you immediately notice is that certain sections have way more classified stuff than others. Some of this makes sense. For example, the weird line items I found were all in research, development, test, and eval, as well as procurement, which makes sense. Those are pretty logical places for top secret technologies to come up. Where this gets strange, though, is that the spreadsheets also sort everything by branch of the military, and almost all of the classified stuff is in the Navy section, with only a few for the Air Force and next to nothing for the Army. The thing is, this isn't because the Navy is the most secretive. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Both the Air Force and the Army say in their justification books that they don't include classified projects for security reasons. They do actually let some through, but it's almost all super vague stuff like information security or foreign material acquisition and exploitation. The Air Force does have some bangers, though, in their RDT and E. Like, we got Seek Eagle, special space activities, and probably the most overtly sinister thing on this list, Joint Military Deception Initiative. I took every classified program I could find and add them all up in a separate spreadsheet. But before we get to the grand total, let me just say that as we just covered, this is by no means exhaustive or even close to the actual black budget number. First of all, tons of unclassified projects are actually umbrellas made up of a mix of classified and unclassified sub-projects. Some of these are pretty small. For example, in the project ISR and Info Operations, some of the classified sub-projects aren't even $1 million. Others are much bigger, like in the Navy's Rapid Prototyping, Experimentation, and Demonstration program.
All right, I've got to take that.
Something that's also interesting about that program is that the sub-projects Grandstand, Markor, and Dog are some of the only ones I've found that are classified above top secret as sensitive compartmented information. But yeah, the point is that tracking down all of these sub-projects gets complicated quickly, and I definitely missed a ton of them. But more importantly, even if I had gotten everything, this is barely even scratching the surface of the black budget. As I just mentioned, the Air Force and Army don't publish any information on their classified projects, but also the fact that they even say that makes them way more open than a lot of other agencies. For instance, if we look up something like, say, the NSA's budget, it's fully just left blank.
You may have noticed with my AR-15 right here that there's no serial numbers. No markings of any kind. The reason why that is because the best way to get the guns that you need to prepare for what's coming is to avoid serial numbers. A lot of people don't know this, but the best way to get your guns is not by buying them at gun shops. Like 90...
This isn't even getting into all the agencies that are still completely classified,
You know what?
or
Fuck
how
it.
the CIA can hide its funding in the
I'm
budgets
tired of
of
this.
other government agencies, something that the Snowden leaks confirmed happens a lot. What I'm providing here is just the amount that I was able to confirm. And so, bearing that in mind and knowing that the actual number is way higher, the U.S. military's black budget for fiscal year 2024 is, at minimum, $95,995,689,000, which, to put that in perspective, is a little more than 3 Manhattan projects, a little less than 6 times the GDP of Laos, or just under 11% of the U.S. defense budget. By the way, while everything I've shown you here is completely publicly available information, and several journalists have in the past done the exact same thing that I'm doing now, I looked pretty hard, and as far as I can tell, this figure, specifically for the fiscal year 2024, hasn't been posted anywhere else online. So that's pretty cool. I'll include a link in the description so that anyone who's interested can access all of my work. Feel free to do whatever you want with it. Just please don't roast me for not knowing how to use Excel. Now, before we move on from funding, one last thing that probably goes without saying, but still is absolutely fucked, is the fact that most of the people doing these secret projects, or any military project for that matter, aren't even government employees. An article from 2019 by the Watson Institute at Brown University put the ratio of contractors to military personnel at 1.5 to 1. Meaning that there were 50% more people working for private companies than for the actual military. While this trend really took off in the 2000s, the seeds were planted in the 90s by none other than history's greatest villain,
understand how to...
Al fucking Gore. Thanks for inventing the internet, nerd. If it wasn't for you, I'd only have a normal amount of interest in erotic Homestuck fan fiction. In 1993, under Clinton, Gore launched an initiative to, as he called it, reinvent government, i.e. privatize it.
And on what I've really come to talk to you about today, the revolution in governing that we call reinventing government, and that your action agenda calls redesigning government. You know what that means because governors have led the way in trying to create a government that works better and costs less. It has become a cliche to criticize the federal government. People call it bloated, bureaucratic, wasteful. How could they get that impression? It's just beyond me. Of course, they get that impression because it is all too accurate. There are those who say we didn't cut spending enough. To them, I say we made more than 200 deep, specific cuts, And I also say we've just begun. Part of what I want to talk to you here about today involves further cuts in spending. Why can't government be run more like a business?
You were so fucking stupid, you fucking piece of shit. Sorry, I'll get back to you later. So when Gore proposed this, the Republican Congress responded with a collective, okay. And so they got to work making the US government run like a business, you know, for profit. And
okay,
all
now
of
he
this
actually is
happened just
understanding how
in
the fuck
time
to...
for... As you may have guessed, the privatization of the military really went into overdrive after 9/11, when the war on terror created a sudden boom in demand for private contractors to work overseas performing advanced interrogations at CIA black sites. And now, here we are. New and more powerful technologies of secrecy have consistently been rolled out with things like mass surveillance and extraordinary renditions, which, if you don't know what those are, the CIA is allowed to kidnap anyone on Earth who they suspect of being a terrorist. There are many documented cases where they just got the wrong person. And so imagine getting kidnapped, brought to a CIA black site where you're tortured for months, only for your captors to realize that you didn't do the thing that they thought you did. And so they release you by just dumping you on the side of the road in a country halfway across the world from your home where you don't speak the language. And when you finally find a way to get back home, you learn that all courts have consistently ruled that there will never be any compensation for any victims of this practice, nor will anyone responsible ever face any consequences. The last documented case of this was in 2008, although there's absolutely no reason to think that this doesn't still happen. The fact that it's been so long since we last heard about it is much more likely a result of these being done under greater secrecy than any reforms. So anyways, I decided to see for myself just how much the US hires defense contractors. So I did some more digging and found SAM.gov, a site that has basically all the data on government contracts in America. The site actually made me create an account complete with my phone number, so yeah. But from there, I was able to find the list of the top 100 government contracts. The latest one they had was from 2022, so this might be a little out of date, but I don't think that there's too much reason to think that it's changed that much. Also, holy shit, this is by far the most evil spreadsheet I've ever seen. The list includes pharma companies, you know, obviously Moderna and Pfizer, companies like Dell, GE, AT&T, and FedEx, as well as a handful of construction contractors and logistics companies. And then the rest is basically all just health insurance companies, oil and gas, defense contractors. Oh, and
I should have
also
went down
at the
this
bottom
way.
of the list at 93, there's the Geo Group, a company that runs all the largest and least humane private prisons in America. In a just world, this spreadsheet would be the list of successful prosecutions at The Hague. The largest category by far, though, is, of course, defense contractors, making up 40 of the top 100 contracts. Those 40 companies, in turn, account for 32.5% of all money paid out to government contractors in 2022. One of these companies is called Booz Allen Hamilton. They're famous for bringing us such hits as the Total Information Awareness and PRISM systems, two of the largest mass surveillance tools the world has ever seen. That we know of. Part of why we know about those is actually because of the other thing that BAH is known for, which is being the former employer of one Edward Snowden. This very cool and good company has bragged in their promotional material that they employ over 10,000 people with security clearance above top secret. Another company on the list is Amentum, which has actually operated at the Nevada test range. Their website boasts about the work they've done training special ops units, saying that they've conducted 650 plus classes across 34 different courses, including advanced skills. Or there's Leidos, formerly the Science Applications International Corporation. One thing about them is that they really love hiring veterans. Like, there's a whole section on their website for it, but that's not all. Leidos really goes the extra mile, and so their board of directors and senior management also came from the military. Specifically, they've hired 2 former secretaries of defense, a former director of central intelligence, and one of the architects of the Iraq War. Also, in 2022, 30 out of their 38 lobbyists had previously held government jobs. Hey, so quick correction here. Dr. David Kay was not one of the architects of the Iraq War. He was, in fact, the head UN weapons inspector who resigned after testifying that there were no WMDs. The rest of these people are huge pieces of shit. Dr. Kay, I feel like we could maybe say that he made some questionable employment choices, but definitely not an architect of the Iraq War, and pretty impressive and like dope guy. So, as you may have guessed, all of this is fucking terrible. For one thing, as is pretty much always the case with large-scale privatization, rather than saving the government money, this is actually costing them just so much more. Firstly, the government will generally still have to pay to train people. Oftentimes, they'll pay a private company who charges more. Then, once they're trained, those same private companies will then poach the staff from the military and then contract them back, again, for a higher price. But not only that, it's also actually just a bad thing for the majority of the military to be private contractors operating for a profit. And I know that probably sounds like some out there commie mumbo jumbo, but that's not coming from me. It's actually the opinion of the military and private contractors. So I'm pretty sure it was 2007, but it's kind of hard to tell. The journalist and author Raylan Hillhouse uncovered a PowerPoint made by the Defensive Intelligence Agency that contained this slide, which explicitly lays out the problems with the privatization of the military. Not only that, in an interview, John Gannon, the former Deputy Director for Intelligence and, at the time of the interview, President of the defense contractor BAE Systems, said, "This is a personal view, but I happen to believe analysis is the responsibility of the government, and the government is accountable for it, and you can't delegate that and pass it off to contractors. A contractor is going to look at a government requirement and it's going to go and find people wherever it can and get the greatest number of people at the lowest price and maximize the profit to the business to do it. When I was in government hiring people, I was looking for the best possible people I could get against the priorities I fully understood and the mission that I had. That is not what the private sector does. I know that from personal experience because I've worked on both sides of the house here."
All right.
Gelb has emerged as a surprising superweapon in our efforts towards carbon capture. Enter AI, the powerful tool that is...
So now, let's move away from talking about money and onto something a bit more interesting. In 2007, grainy photos began to emerge of a mysterious, oddly shaped aircraft flying through the skies of Afghanistan. The British journalist Bill Sweet nicknamed the mystery plane the Beast of
I'm back down to where I was last night, bro. Fuck.
More sightings trickled in, and we started to get better pictures of the aircraft.
All right.
Defense analysts took an interest in...
Well, I'm gonna stop the stream right there. I'll see you guys not tomorrow night, but the next night because I'm going on it's my girlfriend's birthday, so we're going out and stuff. So, deuces.